Good day, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. How's everyone doing? Hopefully well. Hootie Hen, congratulations on being first. Very well done. Very nicely done. Let's see who else we got in here. We got Victor Gaming Zombie. Welcome. Glad you're here. Cool Man Chill. Always a good time to see you. The Firemaster AM Third. I don't get it. Who's the Firemaster AM?
Cameron
wait.
says, of course, what better way to start a Moonman stream than by looking at some art?
That is true. That is an absolutely fantastic way to start the stream. We absolutely should do that. I now realize, Cool Man Chill, what you're saying is, the Firemaster, am third. That's... This is why punctuation is important, so that I can actually understand what you're meaning. But yes, you are third. Welcome. I'm glad that you're here. Let's see, what do we got here? We got a 10 stream streak for Victory Gaming Zombie. That is absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for being here for 10 in a row. That is crazy, and I appreciate that, so thank you. And Cameron, of course, 3 stream streak. Very nicely done. I appreciate that. You do realize that is a whole week's worth of my streams back to back. So thank you. Thank you for that. Moonwood, what are we working on today? Well, Hootie Hen, that is an absolutely fantastic question. We are going to be continuing to work on the player area thing here, as well as making it so we can actually get to the skill tree. So that is going to be tonight. We're going to see how well that goes. I know it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but knowing me, it'll probably take all night for me to actually do that. So, yeah. Should be good, I hope. Let's see, who's first on YouTube? It looks like we got Hootie Hen is first over on YouTube. Well done being over on YouTube as well first. Thank you so much for being over there, Hootie Hen. I appreciate that. Let's see, Victor Gaming Zombie says, good to see you, sir. Good to see you as well. Let's see, yeah, 10 victory streak. 10 viewing streak by Victory Gaming Zombie is absolutely crazy. Let's eat children. Cameron. Versus let's eat children. Exactly. It helps people like me know what I'm supposed to actually say. Instead of just saying let's eat children, it's let's eat children. That makes way more sense. See, there we go. It helps people like me. All right, everybody. All right. So yeah, let's go look at some art. I got the notification on YouTube first, then I rushed over to Twitch as fast as possible, and I got first on YouTube. It's not bad at all. Well, I mean, I feel like the rush to YouTube is not quite as much as over on Twitch. So for anyone who wants to compete for first on Twitch later, on YouTube later on another stream, it's a pretty open playing field. I'm not gonna lie, pretty open playing field. Okay, well, let's take a look at some art on Discord, and then we will jump in and start working on stuff. Let's see here. Okay, all right. Couldn't remember where I left off. You never know. I don't want to open up someone's DM because I have many that I have not responded to. One of these days, I'm actually going to respond to all the DMs that are currently sitting unread. I am so sorry. If you have sent me a message and I have not responded, I am so sorry. But it's gonna happen. I'm gonna respond one of these days. One of these days, I will respond. Okay, let's see here. Are we in art? We are in art. That would make sense why we're seeing the art right here. Holy smokes. That is a lot going on with a lot of different poses, and I love them all. Okay, I know we've talked about this before, but the hair, absolutely fantastic. Absolutely love it. The horns are looking fantastic as well. I'm trying to figure out what's going on right here, though. I can't tell if that's like fire or part of the outfit. Either way, I absolutely love it. It looks fantastic. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the different styles of earrings on the ears. Absolutely love those. The pendant looks fantastic. Yeah, this is looking really good. Very fine, like attention to detail. I love how the hands are clasped. Yeah, just absolutely fantastic stuff right there. Absolutely beautiful. It is their crown. Oh, okay. Yeah. That would make sense then. Yeah, it looks fantastic. I mean, to be fair, this one, it looked a little bit more like a crown. This one, I was like, but wait, is it supposed to be something else? Some kind of like elemental thing? Either way, would have been absolutely fantastic, but love it as a crown as well. Man, she is angry looking. That's okay. I love the expressiveness too of like I don't know if this was intentional or not. Like the way the teeth will like move in, like as like the lips are pursed here, versus a little bit more spread out here. I feel like it adds a lot to the expressiveness. Very well done. Very well done. Absolutely love it. This is Kalith, one half of the Fractured Princess. Should I color? Also stream snipe. I mean, I think it would be a lot of fun to have it all colored in. You definitely don't have to. I think it looks really good. But yeah, if you wanted to have it all colored in, I think it would look really good.
_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Sup Moon Games Woodman.
Well, hello.
Playing board games. Currently playing Unstable Unicorns.
Oh, that is a good one. That I like Unstable Unicorns. It's been a while. But I do enjoy that one. Well, hopefully the board games are going well for you. All right, everybody. So if you remember from last time, oh wait, Hootie said over on YouTube says, hey, I got to go, but I'll be back next stream. But I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, and I need to go to sleep. No worries, Hootie Head. I hope you can actually get some sleep tonight. No jumping on and watching people stream. Make sure to actually get some sleep. Even if you can't fall asleep, just play there with your eyes closed. Eventually, let the rest take you. And yeah, I hope that the doctor's appointment goes well for you tomorrow. Cameron says you wish to see the other. Whoop.
Benedict wants Moonman to do 10 chest benders.
All right. Do you see the other half? She was a fractured personality that is determined.
Benedict wants Moonman to do 10 bicep curls.
And then one more.
Benedict just redeemed.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Now we've been inverted.
Oh my goodness. Oh, there's so much going on. There's so much going on. That is literally everything. Axel, what have you done? You've heliumized my voice, you've inverted my camera, and there's a lot going on.
Oh, there we go. Thank you for that, Axel. Okay, that does make more sense. I was thinking this was just like Voice of God didn't work. I was worried that was going to happen. Let me check something really quick. Hold up. That's what's going on. Voice of God. Save. Okay. Save. I don't know if this will actually do it again, but we're going to give it a shot. We're going to do, can I do replay? It's queued. Okay. How do I unqueue it? What do you mean it's queued? We are going to refund those points. View requests. Demon voice. Rejected. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. Oh wait. I think I hope I rejected the right one. So here's the problem. I renamed it from Demon Voice to Voice of God. But over here, so this is the, I think I can show all this stuff. Yeah, so this is the program that I'm using to be able to take the triggers from Twitch and actually have them work in my OBS. And so I had this called Demon Voice, but then over on Twitch, I was like, maybe instead of having a demon voice, what if we do like, I don't know, like a voice of God or something like that? So that I don't know. So I changed it on Twitch, but I did not rename it in here. So I have to edit the triggers, and I didn't rename the redemption name from Demon Voice to Voice of God. So that was the problem. Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. So let's do this. Edit appearance. Voice of God. There we go. Save. Cool. So that should be good now. So let's call that good. Yeah. So anyway, so you should have had your points refunded, and you should be able to replay that soon. And then we'll see. I did notice that it didn't sound in my headset, which I was kind of like, But that would make sense. That would make sense. I still don't know why it says that it's queued, though. I don't know what that means in terms of redemptions. I thought that invert Moonman would be upside down. No, of course not. It is inverting my color. I don't know. If there's any weird things that you want as redemptions, let me know. Let me know, because I'm trying to think of like what we could do. There are more that I want to do. I want to do one where like you can like blur the camera. I think that would be kind of fun. The inversion one was just, it was a filter that I had, and I was like, we could do that. So yeah, if there's any weird things that you think would be kind of fun to have to mix up the stream a little bit, let me know. Let me know. You will remember the outlines of this. I do remember the outlines of this, and that looks absolutely fantastic. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah. Now that I have seen this version, I'm going to 100% say you definitely need to fill this one in. Definitely need to fill her in because this looks so good. So very good. Yeah, I'm requesting it now. Sock puppet Moon Man. I can see what we could do. What I actually kind of want to do is I almost want to set up and this would be so much work, and I don't know if it'd be worth it, but I want to set up like a VTuber.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Make a redeem called Moonman gives Axel_Benedict 100 bazillion USD.
Oh my goodness, 100 bazillion. I mean, I could make one that just says that, but there's no way I could afford it. We absolutely could. We absolutely could. All right, everybody. Well, to actually give Axel the things that have been redeemed, we're going to do some workout stuff, and then we're going to jump in and do, you know, some actual game dev stuff. So here we go. Let's create the jams, and let's do some workout stuff. I think actually the song is fading out as of right now, so that's perfect timing. Here we go. All right, count them with me. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Woo. All right, and here we go. Here we go. Count with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, now let's do a stretch. Ooh. Gotta get the cords out of the way, though. Okay, here we go. Oh, this is gonna feel good. This way. And the other way. Oh, and backwards. Oh, that was a good stretch. Oh, that was a good stretch. Thank you. Thank you for that, Axel. I appreciate that. Oh. Now the heart's pumping. Let's do some game dev stuff, shall we? Here we go. They share the same body, but are 2 different people. Oh, okay. I like it. I like it. Very cool. Ooh. Okay. If you remember from last stream on Sunday, we were working on the player's window thing here. So we kind of redid like basically the whole thing. Just as a reminder, this is what it used to look like. Let me just breathe a little bit. Whew. This is what it used to look like, right? This is how it's been basically since the very beginning. And yeah, it needed an update. So then on Sunday, we redid it and got it to this point, which was fine. You know, in the end, I was like, yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Like, it's nothing crazy. It's fine. I went back to the drawing board, though, a little bit yesterday and a little bit today, trying to figure something else out. This is eventually what I landed on. I'm still trying to decide if I like it or not. So kind of relatively the same thing. So, you know, just kind of shifting a few things around here and there. So, you know, so obviously the name's up here in the top left corner now, and then the level, your player level is going to be over here. You'll have your, you know, player picture right here. You got your health, your experience points, and kind of like how I was talking about with this layout here, where it's like it would only show your current HP and XP. And then when you hover over them, it would then show what either like your max. So like it would show you how much experience you need to be able to gain a level, and also your max HP if you're hovering over it. Because I don't think it's necessarily something that people need to see all the time. And so I was like, well, if you hover over it, it'll show, and if not, then whatever. The 2 biggest things were the skill tree. I was not a huge fan of the button, and then these little things right here to indicate your spell damage. Again, I was kind of like, I'm still on the fence with these, but I feel like it's better. It's getting there. It's not perfect, but it's getting there. I don't know. It's such a small area, and to try and get things feeling good, it's tricky. It's very tricky. I did not think it was going to be this tricky. And even still, the one thing that I could not get quite right was these buttons, these boxes right down here. As you can see, there's 1 pixel gaps between these two, and between like literally everything else, 1 pixel gaps, except for right here. It's 2 pixels because there's 1 extra pixel right here that I just could not. I can't. So I'm probably gonna have to do a little bit of pixel manipulation just to have it look good. And so we will do some fractional pixels, unfortunately, for the UI. But I was like, you know what? Hopefully, shouldn't be the end of the world. I hope. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll find out and see. I did have a couple other ideas. I tried with this one, which was pretty similar to what this one was, only I moved the skill button down here and then tried to move these things up here. Again, like I was like, I mean, I do end up liking the HP bars more on this one than I do like on this one. And then, obviously like skill tree button, I was more of a fan of. I still was like unsure about this. And then that's where I went into version 2, which is, skill tree right here, and then your elemental damage right here, which then just kind of like brings up the question, do we need to see your elemental damage? I don't know if it's necessary, but also at the same time, is it necessary to see your name? Not really. Honestly, not really. Like, you don't really need to see what your name is. You don't really need to see your level. You don't really need to see your player's graphic. I mean, really, technically, on this screen right here, what do you actually need to see? Your HP, the skill tree button. That's about it. It's like, as far as like things that like would be beneficial to actually see. And then obviously, everything else is like a nice to have. Your experience, it's nice to see your progress as you're leveling up. Your name, it's nice to see who you are. It's nice to see what, player level you're at. It's nice to see the character you've created / picked. I'm still trying to decide if we're going to do creation or just picking. And it is also nice to see how much damage you can do with each element. So anyway, that's where we're currently at. I think we'll probably stick with this one. I already know that the problem is, at least my problem anyway, I want things to be perfect at all times, in all things, and in all places. There's a reference for maybe someone who will get that. But perfection is impossible. You can never get anything perfect. And so if you are constantly reworking things until they're perfect, you're never going to actually finish, and then this will never make it out the door. So instead of sitting here being like, oh, but I could do this, I could change this, I can tweak this just a little bit more, but is this actually how I want it to be? I should just say, you know what? If it works, if it displays what I want to display, and it doesn't look horrible, then we should be fine. So, and I would say it doesn't look horrible. It will display what we want it to display. Yeah. That's about where we're at. So I think we are going to stick with this. So that being said, I'm going to grab layout 2 and let's pull up images, pictures. And let's come over here to Dungeon UI 1, 2, 3, and 4. Opens up. Yeah. Cameron says Lunaria and Salith share a faint thread of sameness. But other than that, they are different. I like it. It is really interesting too that that they share the same physical body, but then they're like completely two different people. So yeah, absolutely love that. Mickey Harris says, then it's perfect, and someone gets over 99 elemental points. Don't do this to me, please. Please don't point that out. I thought about that. I did think about that. And so the reason why I allowed 3 on this layout here was because I was like, okay, so when you're upgrading your skills, you can level up to 60, right? Because if we come over here and we go into, oh, we're already in the town. There we go. So in here, in your actual spell book, you'll be able to level this up to level 60. Which is fine, which is great. And then I started thinking about it, and I was like, okay. So if you can level up to doing 60 damage per spell, max, because you'd be able to get up to a level 20 here, a level 20 here, and a level 20 here. So then I was like, all right, well, what if you can like add to your attack? And I was like, okay, like you technically can. Oh, Miggy, oh, Miggy. Because I had told myself, I was like, no, it's gonna be fine. Like, because all you need to do is just say whatever extra damage you're doing from like perk cards and things like that, just don't display it, right? But I do want to display it. I do want to display it. No, Miggy. No, you're totally fine. You don't need to apologize. This was my own self being like, it's fine. I don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. So we do have a couple options. We don't necessarily have to have this be the exact same as the buttons and all that stuff with like the edge, the black edge there. We can just do something like this. There we go. So this, because then we can say, whoa, oh, beans. I did not realize that was just solidly there. All right, that's cool. Why would I have done it like that? I don't know why I would have done it like that. Okay, so then if we come over here and we do you, crap. It still isn't quite right. There's one missing pixel. Dang it. I don't know. The other thing I was thinking we could do is we could hide the player's thing right here. This is taking up a lot of information, like a big section of where we could actually put stuff, right? It is taking up a very large section. So the other thing we could do is we could get rid of that. So I think, so I started then, yes. So then I started actually with layout 3, I started experimenting with different types of bars, getting rid of the player's face, and then maybe showing the player's face somewhere else. We may go that direction, actually. We may go that direction. Yeah, we might do that. Cameron says, hence their pronouns being she/they. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Nick says, I came home early from TAF today, so I can join. Welcome, Nick. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you were able to get off early. Cameron says, I wonder why scrolling through my live feed, I see developers aplenty. there's a lot of developers out there. Mega says, but I think a hard cap at 99 is good, so nobody overpowers things. We could do a cap. We could. I don't know. I feel like I want people to have the opportunity, because here's the last thing that I want to do. The last thing I want to do is make the game and, try and balance it the best that I can, and then have people find some kind of exploit and just like go crazy overpowered, and then have me come in and patch that and be like, no, you can't do it that way. I want people to be able to play the game how they want to play. If someone wants to come in here and they just want to min-max the stats like crazy, I want people to be able to do that. I don't want people to feel like they can't come in and play the way they want to, that they can't level up their character the way that they want to. So I do want to avoid putting too many barriers in that's like, well, you can do this to a certain point, kind of a thing, Yeah. There was even kind of a part of me that was thinking about, even with the skill tree, almost, but not quite, but almost considering removing some of the level caps to some of the spell. Like, obviously, some of them have to be capped. They can only do so many things. But there was kind of a part of me that was like, what if I just remove most, if not all, the caps? Like, even for, like, the resistances, right? Just make it so that, like, if you literally just want to spend every single skill point into fire resistance, so you take 0 fire damage, like, go for it. I don't know. We'll see. So I do want to avoid capping things as much as possible. I do think that probably the safest bet is going to be for allowing up to 3 digits of stats and things like that. Same thing with the HP and the XP. As much as I kind of do like having these vertical lines, I guess you could technically put it like that, where the zeros just go all the way up to the edge. We could do that. But actually, I actually think we're gonna change that. We're gonna change it. All right, here we go. Let's come in here. So I kind of want to do basically what we've got over in here. Here. Yes. So let's actually just grab this right here. Copy that. Okay. So I don't think we're going to go with the hearts. I don't think we're going to go with these thin lines. Not a fan. Not a fan. But what I think we are going to do is do a little bit of dish. Have that come over here. And then we're going to take this and let's stretch you, nearest neighbor, out to here. Close enough. All right. That's that. And then let's duplicate that. Move you down to there. Those are some very big boxes. Some very, very big boxes. Should be all right, though. Let's do... Let's stick with the single pixel distance. Yeah. We're gonna take you, move you up to there. We're gonna take you, move you up to there. Actually, just grab this yellow one. I don't know why I didn't just grab both of them. I should have. And let's come back over here to layout 3. Stretch you out over to there. Okay. Let's see here. Miggy says, and good morning. Good morning, Miggy. I'm glad you're here. Dylan says, evening, Mr. Moon. Good evening, Dylan. How you doing? How you doing? How was your week going so far? I know it's only Tuesday, but hopefully it's going well for you. We're almost to Wednesday. So close. We're so close. Nick says, also, while I was home, I bullied my car insurer to lower the renewal price. I think most people just call that negotiating, but I'm glad you were able to bully them into giving you a better renewal price. That is absolutely fantastic. I may need you to do a little bit of bullying for my own renewal prices. It's getting crazy. It's getting absolutely wild. But I'm glad that it worked out. I'm glad that worked out for you. Cameron says, I wonder why scrolling... Oh, wait, yeah. I think I had a hard cap. Not like my most watched stream is a dev stream. That's true, Cameron. That's true. Mickey says, I understand. So you guide the players, but don't scold or hinder them. Exactly. Yeah, I want people to be able to play however they want to play. And yeah, I want to hinder as little as possible. Obviously, there will have to be some rails to like keep things from getting too out of hand. But as far as like character builds go, I want people to be able to just go crazy with them. You know, I basically just want to set up a sand pit, a playground, if you will, and just have people build whatever they want to build. You know, if you want to spec everything into resistances, do that. If you want to spec as much into damage, go for that as well. So yeah. So that's the hope anyway. That's the hope, is to be able to allow people to build the character that they want and not have me stand in their way and be like, no, you can only do this up to X number, because yeah. I don't want to do that. I do not want to do that. Fairly says, hello, Moonwood. I've just finished editing a devlog. Welcome, Fairly. Welcome. I'm glad that you're here. That sounds absolutely fantastic. When's it going up? I'm excited to see it. Yeah, that is super awesome. There's like no better feeling in the world than when you finally are able to finish and you hit render and it's done. And you can just be like, oh, that one's done. And then you instantly are like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to make another one sometime soon. But for now, being able to hit render and just have it be out there, absolutely fantastic. But I'm glad you're here, Fairly. I'm glad that you're here. Cameron says, sup, cool bean. Nick says, hope everyone is feeling all right. I'm a bit under the weather. Nick, I am so sorry. But that would make sense why you're home early. I guess, you know, good with the bad. Home early, which is good. Sick, which is not good. But hopefully with the two of them combined, it'll be average. I hope. Fairly says, coming out tomorrow. I've been working on it for the past week, and it turned out to be a whole 5 minutes. See, there you go. You gotta love that feeling. You've gotta love that feeling of like putting in just so much work and so much effort, and then yeah, and it turns into be like 5 minutes. I feel like that's basically how every single one of my JavaScript tutorial series videos have been, where it takes me a good week, sometimes even a little bit longer, And in the end, it's like, yeah, 5 minutes long, and I'm like, oh my gosh. I literally just spent like 15 hours on this video, and it's 5 minutes long. Good times. Good times. Oh well. As long as you get across what you want to get across, that's what matters, ultimately. Ultimately, yeah. Okay, so this is going to be a lot of boxes, isn't it? I do kind of worry a little bit about that. I don't want it to feel super boxy. But this is what it's going to be, isn't it? So here's what I'm thinking. We're going to do... What am I thinking? Well, I feel like if we're going to have everything like this already, all boxy, we need to kind of maintain that aesthetic, right? We can't just have some weird random thing coming in here and messing up the aesthetic. So let's do this. Let's separate all these into separate layers. Now we take this one, and we're going to put you over there. And we're going to stretch you out over here. So it's 60 across. Oh, crap. You know, I just realized. If we separate these and we want 1 pixel between... Oh my gosh. Why? Why do numbers have to work this way? Why? Camera says I'm making an app that records changes in wall coverings. That helps me watch paint dry. That sounds like a good time, Cameron. I would download it. Nick says, damn, your work is pretty popular. Very impressed. It's true. Fairly is the GOAT. Yeah. One day I aspire to be as amazing as Fairly. One of these days. Gotta keep working at it. Dylan says, it's going good. Your streams have given me the motivation to work on my side project again. It's a grass seed in inventory app for my uncle. Exciting stuff. I mean, I think that sounds pretty exciting. If I was more into grass seed. No, it does sound very exciting. I mean, the exciting part is not necessarily what it is you're making. The exciting part is that you are feeling inspired to actually, start working on a side project again. Yeah, having some kind of side project, especially something like that, where you're creating something, is so good to have. Yeah, anything that you can have you to like drive yourself to be creative is a very good thing to have. And yeah, and I'm glad that you're feeling motivated. I feel like there's probably more than just my streams, but I am very happy to have played at least maybe a little bit of a part in that motivation. So I appreciate that. Thank you. And Fairly says, thank you. Lots of love and work. There's a lot of work that goes into it. But it's paying off. I would say it's paying off fairly. Whew. Okay. Well. Yeah. So we're not going to have enough space to do all this stuff. The buttons and everything else. Ooh. I could probably just do what I was planning on doing on this one, which is even though there was going to be, technically 2 pixel gap in between there, I think what we're going to do... Actually, let me think about this. If I do... What if we shrink this? And then we move this over. I guess let's experiment with this first. Let's bring that over. No, that's not going to matter at all. It's not going to matter at all because it's... Yeah. That would be there, and we've still got 2 pixels. I don't know why I was thinking that would be a solution. Wait, it would be a solution, because then we would have 2 pixel gaps on either side. So that could be a potential solution. I am so smart. Kind of. Whoop. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Good old camera inversion filters. They're the best. I got inverted.
Oh my goodness. Well. I done been inverted by unknown artist. Oh wait, I've been inverted by some random, and I've been heliumed by unknown artist. Thank you. Oh, actually, someone.
Actually, let's. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna say we should definitely have queued up the God voice because I want to see, because I added a queue to see if it would actually queue correctly instead of like overriding and having one voice go over the other. And Unknown Artist says, "No, I have ads now." No, I am so sorry. That's not good. That's what I got for you. I wish that I could turn them off. But here's the thing. I did not realize that once I signed up for the whole thing to being able to play ads, I did not realize that was something you like can't turn off. So you should probably actually read user agreements before just agreeing to all user agreements. Probably would be best. How many ads can there be? 7. 7? Maybe 7. Maybe 7. Oh my goodness. You know what I just realized we did not do? We didn't do our coin flip. Who wants to do a coin flip? Let's do a coin flip. We're going to do a prediction. Start prediction, coin flip. We've got ourselves a heads or tails. 5-minute submission period. Start the prediction. All right, everybody. Get your guesses in. Get your guesses in for if you feel like it's going to be a heads or a tails. And then we're going to flip a coin in 5 minutes. I'm going to see who's walking away with a whole bunch of points. Yeah. 3 ads? Oh my gosh. So many. All right. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. So we are definitely going to need to reduce a few things, though. Because if we're going to do a 2 gap on all of it, that means... Ooh, that actually means... crap. Because you need to be there.
Which means you... Well, welcome to my stream. Fancy that you would be here. I do appreciate you spending time here with me, the Moon Man.
Yes. Ooh. Oh, man. I need to make those longer. They're kind of fun. They're a good time. Okay, so let's move this down. Am I ruining things for myself? Am I making things more difficult than they need to be? 'Cause here's the thing. Now that I've made it a 2 gap, this is now like this. Oh, boy. I do not like having so little room. Kind of a nightmare. Put it back. Put it back. We don't want it like this. We do not want it like this. Man. The only other thing is I would need to... 1 minute 30. I only count the time and how many ads it was. Well, that's good that it wasn't too extremely long. You didn't miss too much, as you can see. Put 1k on tails. I don't have another 10k mana to waste, so I'm gonna just drop 1k on heads. There we go. There we go. Stop. Wasn't me, I swear. Oh my gosh, we're at 2k. What is that, 2k on heads? It's not bad. It's not bad. Wasn't me, I swear. What was he doing? Oh. All right, everybody. If you haven't gotten your prediction in yet, we got 2.5 minutes left. 2.5 minutes, and the prediction is going to be over, and we're going to do ourselves a nice coin flip. We're going to see who wins. 2k on tails to even it out. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Let's get some 2k on tails. Nice and evened out. Nice and evened out. Oh, man, this is going to be good. So the other thing we could do is I could shrink these things down a bit. We could do a little bit of dish. So we could say you. And then same thing here. We could do you. Essentially just doing... That's the one. That. Yeah. We just do that. I feel like that's not too bad. The other options could be making it even smaller, which I don't know is necessarily going to be a good or a bad thing. The other options we could have is actually just duplicate this just so we don't, you know, work as like a save point, you know, kind of a thing. Oh my gosh, they're literally the exact same. That is beautiful. I just put 100 mana into heads. Oh, well, let's cross our fingers. Let's cross our fingers. The fact that they're completely the same. I love it. So the other option we've got. Thank you for that. All right. I'm gonna have to mess with the filters a little bit more. I was thinking about one of like having it add a whole bunch of things like behind me, or like turning off my green screen for a little bit. Maybe. All right. So let's do. Oh, 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left, everybody. Make sure to get your... we got another 500 or another 400 on tails. So am I going to even it out on heads? We'll see what happens. If you're going to do it, you got 25 seconds. 25 seconds. So we could come in here and we could remove all of this stuff here. And then basically just have something like that. And then we would do you. We could also do something like this. Oh, all right. Prediction is over. Let's get ourselves a nice coin flip. Here we go. We're gonna have Google flip its original coin. All right, everybody, here we go. Remember, it is best 2 out of 3. So if it lands on yours, don't celebrate it first because we got at least one more flip to do. All right, everybody, here we go. We're ready. We've got ourselves a flip, and we got we got a head. We got one head to 0 tails so far. 1 head to 0 tails. Best 2 out of 3. Let's see what happens. Come on. Oh, landslide for the heads. Oh my goodness. Well. Congratulations to the headers. You've been absolutely fantastic. Congratulations. And to the people who guessed tails, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. But, oh my goodness, what the?
Dylan Thomas 55 just turned their way into the credits of Tomb of Vercilias.
Dylan, you could have put 10,000 points on heads. Think about it. You could have put 10,000 on heads and you could have walked away with so many more points. Well, congratulations, Dylan. That is absolutely fantastic.
_ Benedict cheered 5 bits. I made up for my 10k blunder.
Very nice. All right, let's get in here. We're going to do heads, complete prediction. Viewers will be awarded 4,600 channel points. Complete prediction. There we go. Congratulations, everybody who guessed heads. And Dylan, well done on getting name of the credits. I believe that is for a second time. Come in here and take a look. We've got ourselves or maybe more. Or is this the first time? I swear you were in here before. Yeah, there you are. Well, Dylan, we are moving you up to here to the VIP/MVP section. There we go. X2. Not bad, Dylan. Well done. That is a lot of channel points. That is a lot. You know, Loki, I don't know if you're still here, but I was just thinking about this. If you put all of your channel points on the coin flip and won, you would literally double your channel points. You could have almost 250,000 channel points. Oh man, that'd be exciting. Be very exciting. Head gang, let's go. Why you keep starting it on tails? It's one of your wins, bro. I'm sorry. So here's the problem: is when I Google coin flip, right? So if I then pull this over here, and then if I hit enter on coin flip, it automatically flips the coin, which is really frustrating my assumption, as far as I know it, Google should be 50-50 like every time. I don't know if that's actually the case though. Should we start using a different coin flipper? I almost wonder if we should start using a different coin flipper instead. I don't know. Does Google seem fair? I don't know if we can trust Google. But I'm sorry, Victory Gaming Zombie. I'm sorry. Next time I will use a different coin flipper that doesn't automatically flip as soon as I open up the web page.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Develop your own coin flipper.
Good. We could. Actually. Why don't I? That'd be pretty easy. It would actually be extremely easy. And then I could rig it. I mean, I could make it 100% and completely fair. 100%. Let's see. I was a coward. That's fair. That's fair. That is fair. Let's see. We should make a redeem that is any prediction within reason. Wait, what? We should make a redeem that is any prediction within reason. Oh, like people could do channel points to have start a redeem, a prediction. Be kind of fun. Upgrades, people. Upgrades. Saw a YouTube video and someone made working ODM gear from Attack on Titan IRL. That is crazy. I'm just messing with you. I mean, I figured, but I did want you to know I didn't do it on purpose, Victor Gaming Zombie. Mutation Ivory says, at least we know you didn't make the Google coin flip. We know you don't cheat. Exactly. Mickey says, have a nice day. I need to go to work now. Mickey, I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic rest of your day. Good luck at work, and we'll see you hopefully on the next stream. 100% heads all the time. I would almost want to see how long it would take people to catch on if I just made it heads every single time. I feel like there are some people who would start betting against it just because, you know, if you didn't know, and if it landed on heads like 20 times in a row, you would probably be a little bit more inclined to be like, okay, I'm going to put everything on tails because it's been in heads so many times in a row. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. I will never not be tails. That's fair. That's fair, some Randev. Given the current population, about 15 years. All right, everybody, let's see here. Yeah, so the other options we do have is we could just make this smaller, which I feel like actually wouldn't be too bad. I'm not like, yeah, it's, Yeah, then we just have like the numbers kind of pop up just a little bit. Does it actually save on headroom though? A little bit. Okay, all right. So if we did this, let's copy that. Let's move this down.
Paste it. Ooh, oh my goodness. All right, we're going to paste it right there. Okay, and then we're going to reduce the space in between these guys. Let's do auto. Yeah, it should be fine. No. Make it smaller.
Not quite that small. There we go. Next time, guys, please don't
oversaturate my pic. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I think it did actually queue up correctly. Well, that is absolutely fantastic to know that the queue does work. Oh my goodness, and I've been inverted. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Oh, I've been inverted, and I'm still inverted, just without my booming voice. Oh well. Oh my goodness.
Unknown_artist wants Moonman to do 10 chest benders.
I gotta make more progress. Quick. Absolutely, we can do that. Absolutely. All right, let me just get the colors in here really quick though, and then we're gonna get those chest benders. There we go. And then let's get rid of that. There we go. I don't know. What are we thinking? Still not a fan. Now do an inverted workout. Is that where I do the chest benders with my legs? Leg benders? Do that. I can do that. Speaking of chest benders, let's do some chest benders. So let's crank the jams. We got something to listen to. Other than my heavy breathing. Here we go. Count them with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. Oh, thank you for that, Redeem. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. So let's turn that back down. All right. Face benders. Oh, we could do some face benders. Let's see. Brian says, Moonwood Games. Hello, amigo. Welcome, Brian. Glad you're here. How's life going for you? How's your week going? The I'm due theory. Wait, what theory is that? The I'm due theory? Bryant, I think you may need to elaborate. And Princess Baloo says, Assalamu alaikum. I butchered that. Welcome. I'm glad that you're here. Glad that you're here. How is your week going for you as well? Hopefully well. Okay. Well, let's see here. So yeah, not a fan of this whole thing, but I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna get rid of this whole outer box thing. I think that's maybe the biggest issue here. For the bars, we will get rid of this thing, and then for everything else, we will have that thing. Maybe that'll fix it. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Now let's do this. You go over there. You to there. Okay. Yeah, something like that. Sure. We'll also expand you over to there and there. There and there. And now let's do this guy over there. And move these up. Yep. I mean, that definitely does clear up a lot of room. That is for sure. Way more room. Unknown Artist on YouTube says, why, hello there. I am totally a different person than the unknown_artist on Twitch. I believe it. I believe it. Also on YouTube chat. Oh my goodness. You know, I just realized. I never went in here and said, sign in with Google. There we go. Now it should show up. Now try saying something. There be no underscore in my name. That's true. Totally different person. Totally different. Yeah. Try saying something and we'll see if it pops up. Hopefully it does. Because it's so annoying. So much of the software that I use, it's all free. And it's like, I can't complain that much. Hey, look at that. It's working. I can't complain that much. But so much of it is just like, there's just like little things here and there that isn't quite right. But I'm like, I can't complain about it because it's free. But it's like, you know, so I use a piece of software called StreamerBot to be able to combine the chats into this chat window right here. And you can connect Twitch, Kick, Trovo. I don't know who uses Trovo, and YouTube, obviously. Twitch, it connects automatically every single time that I open the app. Just connects. And then YouTube, I have to manually click sign in with Google for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know if it's like a Google thing. I don't know if it's this program thing. I don't know. I don't know what it is. And so sometimes I forget to actually go in and click connect because I just assume if I open the program, everything should be good to go. But it is not. Also, thank you for the laugh. Thank you for the laughing emojis. I appreciate that. All right. So that's that. So for doing this, though, if we're going back to the original bars, which I think we might do we want to keep a player image? Maybe. Because if we leave it like this, that is a lot of free space here. Way more than we need for these guys. So, what are the options we got? What are the options? We can also get rid of this inner part and just go with this. So in that way, we could have that, and then we could reduce the size of this guy by a fair amount. A little bit. A fair amount, but a little bit. Something like that. And then if we just go with like the darkest red that we have, for here. Whoop, for here. Go. I don't know if this is gonna fit though. I guess we'll find out. So if we put you, it's not gonna fit. Crap. It's gonna be just like too short. 3 too short. All right, cool. 3 too short. True or false? This statement is false. True. Well, now it's false. Well, now it's true. Now it's false. A paradoxical statement. Question statement. I like it, unearthed. I like it. I am honestly at such a loss for what I'm going to do here. Because, like, it doesn't really matter what other shape I do. It's just not quite long enough to have all these individual boxes. And then even if we do something where it's like, you know, we go you. I mean, we could just have them all butted up against each other. It, like, creates this weird section here. But we could technically do that. Technically. I don't know. It's gonna look weird. Maybe. Darkest blue. I think it's fine, to be honest. Well, we'll probably go with that then. Because I am just out of ideas. Maybe I'll go back and redesign it at another point in time. But for now, I think this is probably where we're going to keep it for now. And then if some grand idea pops into my head of like, oh, actually, this would make so much more sense to have it like this, then I'll do it like that. But until then, we'll leave it like this. Whoops. That's the one. Nope. That is the one. Keep that one. Merge it down. Okay. If that's the case, then though, I think what we're gonna do is we are going to. Do we bring the face back? We could bring the player's face back. $30 pixels. And then at that point, I think we're basically back to this layout here. Basically. Yeah, at that point, I feel like we would probably just... Oh, no, because it was the issue with... Oh, that's right. Okay. Unknown artist without the underscore says, I'm new here. And definitely not an artist, since I have no underscore. That's true. That's true. It even says it in your name. You are without an underscore. Cameron says, when the Shattered Princess system wears their crown, Salith is the front. Of course, given their horns, Salith, is it Sealith, Salith, Calith? I feel like I'm so bad with it. I'm actually gonna guess it's Calith now. Doesn't like the crown, but that thread, keeping the system sane, also makes it explicit to Calith that they would lose the front to Lunaria if they took it off. Kind of spooky, actually. Okay, this is the stupidest joke I've ever done. No, unknown artist. No. No, it is absolutely... I love it. I love it. Okay, so it is Calith. All right. Good to know. Yeah, so... So if we did bring the thing back, which would basically just be this big, 30. Okay, all right. So we do that, and then we move these over. Oh. That's quite a bit more, quite a bit less than I was thinking, actually. Because that means... Whoops. If that means if we were to then have it so when you hover, you get the max HP. We're now looking at that. That's what it would look like. Not true. That is when you have like 3 digits health, right? Which wouldn't happen for a while. But then at that point, we could have it be where you've got your players thing here again. Unknown artist has to wait 7 flippin' days. See, it's a great joke. What's a little waiting time? That's not too bad. Oh, that's funny. 7 days is crazy, though. That's a long time to wait to be able to change your name. That's a long time. I figured it'd be like 24 hours, maybe 48. But, Well, now we all know. Now we know. Now the question remains, what do we do with the spot here? What do we do with this empty space? Yes. I'm going to drive myself crazy. This could be the gold. I didn't think about this. You have to wait 30 days on Twitch. That's true. That's true. Twitch makes you wait a very long time. I speak from experience because I accidentally misnamed myself when I created my Twitch account. I called myself Moonwood Games on Twitch when I first started. M-O-O-D Wood instead of Moonwood. Satisfied effects / money. Oddies? I hope I'm saying that right. Oddies, first of all, welcome. Glad you're here. That's actually a very good idea, because I was just thinking we could find a place to put the money still, and that could go right here. And so probably what we could do is if we moved you down, let's do 2, and then we'll expand this. Just kind of do a little bit of dish for now, I suppose. And then if we do the same thing here, make it so it's just like slightly less space. Is it going to feel weird, though, having 2 pixels on the top versus 1 on the side? I think it should be all right. I actually think I like it like that. All right. Oh, man. I am so sorry you got to sit here and watch this process. It's going to be worth it. I swear it's going to be worth it one of these days. Unknown says, luckily my video is nowhere near done, so I'll be fine. So there you go. Yeah, that should be all right. You'll have plenty of time to switch it back. Plenty of time. All right, so let's move you and you back up here. There we go. Adi says, yeah, looks kind of cramped. Yeah. The whole thing does just kind of feel cramped, doesn't it? Like the whole, like in general. Like when I compare it to the rest of the UI. Well, let's come in here. Let's just come in here for a second. Go perk card to spell book. Yeah, as of right now, like, that is what it currently looks like. Very few things. It's a lot less crazy. Unknown says, I don't even have an editing software yet. Oh! Have you tried DaVinci Resolve? I'm a fan of DaVinci Resolve. Forgot YouTube, got no emotes. Oh, that's true. I don't have any custom emotes on here. Yeah. I'm sorry. I can do a poll over on YouTube, though. That's exciting. Try to imagine an ID. Oh, that's true. That's true. We could do it a little bit more like an ID. But yeah, it's like when I compare what's right up here to what we currently are working with. Where the freak is it? There we go. It is very cramped, which is not great. I can't get that to work on my PC. Ah, that's not fun.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. An Adventurers Guild license.
Hey, there we go. An Adventurers Guild license. That is a great way to look at it. The only problem is that we are 100% set within these confines. Like, we cannot make it any bigger or smaller. Like, it has to be this size because that's what we got right down here in the corner. So kind of like whatever we are going to put in it is what we've got. So, pages. We could do pages. We could do pages.
Amaran Reap says, I am going to design Seelith's battle outfit.
Ooh. I am very excited to see it. Was the most useful info at the front alt page for more details. True. Yeah, to work from most important to least important. Yeah, and I have thought about that. Because, I mean, we do currently have pages on the other windows. You know, we've got, you can go back and forth between dice and items. You can go back and forth between map and quests. So it's like, we already have something like this worked out. We could do the same thing down here. I guess the thing is like, what all do we want on the page itself? Like, that's the biggest thing, right? Is making sure that we've got everything that we actually want. So it's like, okay, so the name, make that a little bit bigger. So the player's name, player level, HP, experience, the player picture. Oh my gosh. Player picture. Your elemental damage and your skill tree. So that's everything. That's everything we currently have, right? That's like everything that we all already have on here. So we've got the name, we've got the level, we've got the picture, we've got your HP, your XP, we've got your elemental damages, and then we've got the button to get to your skill tree. So the things that we could remove if we wanted to. We could remove the name and the player level, the player's picture. Things you absolutely need. We absolutely need the HP. The XP I feel like is kind of unnecessary, and the skill tree is absolutely necessary. The elemental damage is also kind of optional, but I feel like it's less optional. It's kind of a midway, you know, where it's like it wouldn't be the end of the world if we didn't have it, but it is nice to have. Is name more important than HP for the player? And that's the thing, is like, not really. And that's where I'm like, so we could get rid of the name, we could get rid of the player's level, and we could get rid of the player's picture. And if we were to do that, that would basically clear up all that area, and it would clear up all of this area as well. So yeah, that's what we could go with, just this stuff here. So then you've got the HP, the XP, your skill tree, and then your elemental damage. You can't forget the endless microtransactions. That's true. Yeah, we got to make sure that we have a dedicated button to the microtransaction store that I definitely am going to have in this game. So I mean, that definitely clears it up a bit. It would open up a bit of room, which is nice. It is a bit more room that we've got now. What is the thing you want to focus your players most on in the status window? Is name more important? How about doing HP, XP, and skill tree? You now have more room for big numbers. True. Yeah, I almost feel like the HP and the XP need to be all the way across, you know? We also have slightly more room, so we don't have to go 1 pixel all the way. We can do 7 pixels. That way we can have 2 pixels of space in between. Okay, all right. Okay, there's that. And then let's have you go down 1. So we've got that. We got a little bit more space, which I feel like helps a ton. Which offers, because, yeah, you definitely want to make sure you have at least a little bit of breathing room. And so we could now, if we wanted to, put some kind of divider here. Just have it feel, I don't know, like it's like, oh, here is your HP and your XP, kind of a thing. I don't know if it's necessarily necessary. Probably not. But I feel like having something that isn't necessarily needed. Oh my goodness!
Axel_Benedict gifted a tier 1 subscription to unknown
Axel,
artist.
You are absolutely fantastic. Thank you for that. Oh my goodness. Unknown artist, you now have access to the animated bread. Thank you, Axel. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. You're so kind. You're so kind, Axel. Thank you. Thank you for that. Look at that. We got ourselves some bread. Got ourselves some bread. Very nice. Thank you, Axel. Thank you for that. I do appreciate that. You can swap between stats and character. Oh, name is slightly more important to me. I take forever to make my character and treasure them. True. And that's where I'm kind of like, I want there to be a connection for people, which is why I was like holding on so wholeheartedly to having the picture here and the name. Also, the health/experience bar should be numerical, but the graphical bar should count in percent to make it visible better. Is there mana/energy? So there's no mana or energy. It is just your HP and your XP. And they are percentage based. Yeah. So say for example, like if your current HP is 1 and you have max HP of 2, it would fill up halfway. So it is percentage based. But yeah, the mana and actually, I'm now just realizing, I believe you're relatively new, so you probably haven't really seen the project itself. I will give you a really quick rundown / tour of what we got going on here. So Tomb of Vercilias is the name of the game we're working on. It is a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG where the combat is based off of blackjack. So without going into too much detail, I'm just because it's still very much a work in progress. Basically, I know Unknown Artist. I know. You gotta sit through it. But yeah, so basically, you are a bounty hunting adventurer. You are going into what was once known as the Tower of Vercilias to go find...
Vercilias. Thank you for that, Unknown Artist. You're going into the Tower of Vercilias to go find him because... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, so it's not actually queuing. Oh, that's frustrating. Oh well, good to know.
Good to know. Oh boy. Thank you, Unknown Artist.
Oh my gosh, you guys. Anyway, yeah, so you're going into what was known as the Tower of Vercilias. Vercilias was the king's right-hand mage, kind of started dabbling into the dark magics, and the king was not a fan of that, and so he ordered for his arrest. Vercilias put a curse on his tower to have it ever be shifting and changing so that no one could ever find their way to him, and no one ever could. It became an unnavigable labyrinth, his wizard's tower did, but people have also never seen Vercilias come out of his tower, so everyone just assumes that he died inside of his tower, and so it's now known as the Tomb of Vercilias. The king was not satisfied with that. He's like, nope, until I can see him dead or alive in front of me, I am still going to believe he is in there somewhere alive. And so you are heeding the call and, you know, obviously going after a very large bounty, which is getting Vercilias dead or alive. So anyways, yeah, so it is, yeah, like I said, dungeon crawling roguelike RPG. Every time you go in, there will be a different perk card you'll be able to pick to kind of mix up the run a little bit, you know, changing stats and things like that. These are all a temporary buff/debuff. Anyway, and then when you're in here in the tomb, you'll just be walking around exploring. It's a randomly generated tomb every time, so hopefully it should be interesting. And yeah, you'll be fighting monsters with blackjack, and so basically the idea is, yeah, so you'll just be playing blackjack against the monsters, and that's kind of how it all works out. So there's not necessarily like a mana in the game, because you're doing damage just based off of your card draws. And then so long as you don't draw over 21, if you're familiar with blackjack, as long as you don't draw over 21, then you're able to attack, and then it will be doing elemental damage, which are these numbers right here, the 1, 1, 1, 1. So the red, the green, blue, and the purple, which is the pyro, geo, hydro, and necro. And yeah, you'll be able to level up those by using these d20s. So the d20s you can merge together to create stronger d20s. So, you know, 1 and a 1 become a 2, 2 and a 2 become a 3, so on and so forth. And then between each floor, you'll be able to put these into a spell book, which will then upgrade your spells. So if I were to put this 4 into my hydro spell, it would then be doing 4 damage instead of 1, and so on and so forth as you get stronger and stronger dice. Anyway, I think that's a rough explanation of what the game is.
Artist says, oh yet Moonwood games, the tuber program you use, does it use actual 3D models? I'm wondering cause I just remembered that I said I would make you a model.
Oh, that's true. That was a while ago. It does, I believe. I believe it is like an actual 3D model that it uses. I can't remember what kind of model, like what the file type is, but I'm pretty sure it's like a fully 3D model. I do believe. Anyway, so that's the general idea for the game, is all of that stuff. Also, ignore the combat as of right now. I have not changed it. We were testing some things out, and I've made it so that I am always drawing a 10, and the monster is always drawing a 10. So it's gonna look like I'm always drawing a 10. Oh yeah, there's also little puzzles that you have to solve if you run into a trap room. Otherwise, there's spikes that come up and hurt you. So, yeah. So, anyway, so yeah. So that is what we kind of need to be showing right now, is anything related to basically combat is the biggest thing. Actually, yeah, that's kind of the biggest thing, is combat. Also, we are no longer going to be showing vitality, dexterity, wisdom, or luck. Those stats have kind of gone out the window recently. They have been replaced with a skill tree, which is right here. So yes, there will be a skill tree where you'll be able to kind of customize your character even a little bit more, with all sorts of different things related to all these different things.
Benedict shared 5 bits. I keep playing my 7th unicorn, and these MFS keep naying them. What the hell, guys? Just let me win. Crying face emoji, crying face emoji, crying face emoji.
I was so confused what you were meaning, Axel. And then I remembered what you're playing, and I was like, oh, that makes more sense. Way more sense. I would guess a .obj. Probably. That would be my guess. So yeah, Addy says, so far so good. Sounds solid. Like the OG Durn vibes combined with some D&D flavor plus gambling. Not a bad recipe. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's kind of going for a little bit of like everything here and there. Yeah, definitely some D&D vibes. Just like old school dungeon crawlers. Yeah, and obviously, roguelites and all that fun stuff. Anyway, yeah, so that is what we got going on right now. So honestly, like the biggest things we want to make sure that we're showing are your HP, because obviously if you're in combat, you want to know how much life you've got. Every time you defeat a monster, you'll be able to get experience, and so you want to know how far along you are in being able to get a new skill point. So you do want to keep an eye on your experience. But I do know that a lot of people do kind of like have that like connection that they form with their characters when they create them. And so having the player's face there, I do feel like it's kind of necessary in a matter of speaking, because it is kind of nice to be able to like see who you are and who you've picked, you know, kind of a thing. And the name, it's like, you know, the name's not necessarily needed, but it is kind of a nice to have. So what if we kind of go back to where we were before, which was we do the face here, the face window, and we do, let's do like, we're currently at 30. Yeah, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shift all of this over. We shift all of this over. Whoa, not all of that. We shift all of this over. A few. Just realized that's what that was. Okay, and then let's do you down to there. You down to there. And then we'll have the player's name. I know we're basically going back to where we were in the very beginning. But again, and I've said this before, don't ever be worried about scrapping stuff you've been working on, even if it's been a while that you've been working on it. Because, like, yeah, like, it kind of sucks to, like, have wasted time and you're like, oh, man, but, like, I spent so much time working on this thing and, like, changing it and, like, is it just being scrapped? Am I just going back to where I used to be originally? Sometimes you gotta explore a little bit, see what there is to see, and then maybe you gotta just kind of go back and just be like, you know what? It did work out pretty well over here. So, yeah, again, the player name, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think 8 characters is good, so yeah. Name. And we don't necessarily need the player's level. That's another thing that it's kind of like, yeah, we probably don't need the player's level. So, and if we do, we could put it somewhere else. So as of right now, 24, 22. So we could make this box smaller. Kind of go down to like there. Then we could do that. We could have the name be here. Have you there. Have you guys there. It gives a little bit more breathing room, which I am a fan of. 80 says, I guess you plan the skill tree as meta progression since you have already the dice, RNG, and augments for current run alteration. Yeah. So the plan is, as of right now, so the skill tree is going to be permanent. So any experience you gain, the skills you unlocked in the skill tree, that's all going to be permanent. So even if you die, basically when you die, there is going to be a, oh yeah, I guess I didn't go over this. There is a town, so it's not going to be part of, so right now we're working on a vertical slice to be able to get like a playable demo uploaded to Steam. But eventually there's going to be also a town that you'll be able to go to. And so the town is going to be kind of like your central hub where you'll be able to talk with vendors, get quests, buy and sell items, all that fun stuff. And so yeah, so in here in the town, anytime you die, you'll come back to here. Anytime you So basically, if you die, you come back here. If you leave the tomb, you come back here. But depending on how you come back here determines what you actually keep. So the things that are permanent are your player's level, your skill tree, and like your skill points. Like if you have like unspent skill points, they don't go away when you die. If you have unspent experience, like if you haven't gained a level, you keep that. All that stuff stays with you. Your items, like your dice, there will also be items you'll be able to collect. So if I come over again into the tomb, there'll be items you'll be able to collect. And if you collect items as you're going throughout here, if you die, whether they are items or dice, you will lose those. Those are gonna be gone. They will be lost in the tomb. And then as far as things that it doesn't matter whether you die or go back to the town willingly, things like the perk cards that you pick, those ones are run specific. And so if you're going and you've gone through 5, 6, 7, 8 floors and you've been collecting these items right here, so like say for example, this one, and a lot of these I'm gonna have to redo because some of them just don't make sense anymore. Okay, save, leave. Yeah, so some of the perk cards don't make sense anymore. Like this one, for example, it adds 1 to your dexterity. We don't use dexterity anymore. It's kind of been broken down into the actual skill tree. And then same thing with like vitality, doesn't really do anything there either. But this one still is pertinent. So this one makes it so your blackjack now will do 3 times damage instead of just 2 times, but it also gives you a negative effect of potentially double drawing your cards. And so if you have a 2% chance where you accidentally will draw 2 cards when you're drawing a card, that kind of a balance. I think these perk cards will be gone whether anytime you leave the tomb. All of those reset. Those are never going to stick with you. Again, whether you are leaving because you found an exit or if you die, they're just gone at the I'm trying to remember what the question was. I guess the skill tree. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the meta progression. Yes, and so the whole point of the skill tree is it's again the meta progression where it's like as you're leveling up, you may lose your items when you die, you may lose the perk cards you've selected as you die, but these will stick with you. These you'll be able to increase your maximum HP as you level up, and you'll be able to make it further because you have more HP, or maybe you're going to be able to increase your dexterity saving throw. And so, like say for example, excuse me, say for example in the tomb, there are different times when you can do a dexterity saving throw, which basically, instead of taking damage if you try to run from a monster, you can do a dex save throw, and so long as you...
Artist says, I have to go very soon, so before I go, can you check art on Discord?
Yes, in just 2 seconds. Yeah, so this will, increase your dexterity saving throw. This increases your defense against pyro attacks, so on and so forth. So the meta progression is definitely here in the skill tree that you'll be keeping. Yeah. Anyway, so that's what we got. That is what we've got. All right. Unknown artists, let's go take a quick look over here, really quick. Got ourselves over here. Ooh. You'll remember the outlines of this one. Wait. Okay, there we go. I was like, wait a minute. Oh my gosh, there's another one that I never saw. Another version of Caliph with a better view of their crown. I like it. Absolutely like it. The eyes are like creepy, but enticing. I really like it. Love the shading on the horns as well as it like comes around, going into the head. Love it. That is absolutely beautiful stuff. An unknown artist, I have begun the practice. Ooh. Hey, freedom. All right. I'm seeing what you got going on there. I'm seeing it. Yeah. The ears, the fact that you even have them looking that good, I think about what my ear would look like if I was trying to draw it. Would look like absolute garbage. Yeah, this is looking fantastic on ours. Very nice. That is a fantastic start. Good luck with the face. I'm going to say that. This is speaking for myself, because I'm terrible at faces. But I'm sure you're going to be able to get it. Yeah, very well done. Very nice start. Love it. Okay. Yeah. So all that to say, we don't necessarily need to show any of the skill tree stuff because it's like you click on, it's just going to be a button. It's going to be a button. You click on it, it opens up the skill tree. The elemental damage, not necessary exactly, but it would be nice to have. It's definitely one of those like nice to have kind of things. But yeah, the experience, the HP, I feel like those ones are necessary. The name, I know that some people get like attached to their character. I know that I do as well when I'm playing any kind of RPG, and so I love to be able to see myself. And then, of course, the name is a lot of fun to have as well. So I think we'll probably keep those. But I think if we get rid of... the level. I think getting rid of the player level is fine. You don't necessarily need to see what level you're at. We could even include the player's level in the skill tree. We could do that. Unknown Artist says, well, bye. Thank you for being here, Unknown Artist. Hope you have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evening. And we'll see you on the Thursday stream. So I think at this point now, I think everything's feeling good, except for... Let's get this. I need to adjust this guy really quick. Then we'll move you up. Go. Yeah. So now at this point, I think the only thing really that we have left to figure out is these buttons right here. So we can have them... Let me think, actually. So we have a lot of space now we can work with, which is good. And I think also going back to the whole 2 pixel gaps between things. I mean, we could have just a single pixel gap between these guys. I think that should be fine. Then that way, we go 10, 10, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh! Oh! Okay. All right. We might be onto something, everybody. We've been spinning our wheels for 2 hours now, but I think we might finally be on to what we need. I hope. I really hope that I'm not sitting here spouting all this crap and that it's gonna be not the case. So help me, game. Ooh. Okay. So that's what we got. It kind of... I don't know. It kind of makes sense because you've got just the single gap here. So it kind of like connects these two a little bit. And then you got these guys, which like, and then but then kind of like, you know, you got the single gap here. I think that should be fine. I think it should be all right. Adi says, it's so fun to see this, since my job isn't, since my job is pretty similar, but for me, it's a physical card game design. I'd love to see the finished product of this someday on Steam. Well, I appreciate that. And yeah, I would absolutely love to hear what you got going on. You say you're making a physical card game? If you've got anything to share, links or anything like that, would absolutely love to see it. If you would like, though, we do have Tomb of Vercilias is on Steam right now that you can wishlist it if you would like. If you'd like, you definitely do not have to, but it is on Steam right now. So yeah, so if you just search for Tomb of, because Vercilias is a little bit of an odd name, I will admit that. But yeah, so I'm hoping to have a playable demo up on... I need to stop giving myself deadlines. The hope was to have it before the end of this month. I don't know if that's going to happen. Like, unless I could somehow take like a week off of work and just focus on it. I don't know if we're actually going to get to that point. But again, I'm like, if I can get it before my 1 year mark, I'll be very happy. Anyway, yeah, so Tomb of Vercilias on Steam. It is there if you'd like to wishlist it, because I don't know when we're going to have this thing out. 2026 is the hope. Sometime in 2026 is definitely where I'm hoping to have it out. Anyway, do not feel like you have to, but if you wanted to wishlist it, I would be very grateful. Hard deadlines kill creativity. It's true. Well, yeah, definitely kills creativity. It's just something that I can't really promise anything. It's like, you know, I do this part-time. It's a hobby of mine. I'm doing this 4 hours each time I stream, and I stream 3 days a week, so it's not like I really have that much time. So, you know, it's and plus it's like, you know, it's one of those things. When it's done, it's done. If Toy Story 2 taught me anything, it's you can't rush art. That wise old man was very wise indeed. So, La, 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 la. Okay, I think the thing that's feeling weird, because I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, what is going on? Why does this feel bizarre? Why am I not liking the feel of it? I think it's because there's 3 pixels here, and then there's 3 pixels here. I think that's what's actually throwing me off. Try soft goals for project goals. Yeah, I do need to stick more with the soft goals, that's for sure. You're doing great. It looks already amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, the hope, though, yeah, definitely have the demo out sooner rather than later, just so people can be able to, like, just so I can get some feedback. If nothing else, get some feedback so I can kind of know what are people liking, what are people not liking, what do we need to change, where do we need to pivot, that kind of a thing, you know? So we could do something like this, where we make these slightly larger. The only other option we would have is we'd get rid of this. Because now we've got... We move you down to here. There's that. Move that there. I feel like that actually feels that is a bit better. Because the name being slightly off kind of just makes sense, you know? Like, it feels like it can be more pixels divided from everything else. Like, having 3 from the top here, I feel like it's not the end of the world. I think that's fine. Yeah, I don't think that's bad. It is still a little bit weird to have it like, you know, you've got the line down this way, and then it like shifts over a little bit, and then you got the line down this way. But I don't think it's terrible. I don't think it's terrible. Yeah. Now, the only other option we could have is if instead of making this even, if we made it odd, had it be 23 pixels instead. If we move you up, crap. Move you up. Move you over. That way, we could have the 2 pixels in between there again. We'd have you go like that. The name could be here. You could be there. And then we would just need this to be filled in like that. Actually, that's probably going to be the direction we go. It doesn't allow for quite as big of a character portrait. But I think I kind of like it. At least at this point now, everything is evenly spaced. You've got the 2 pixels on everything. Yeah. I think this is probably where we're going to go. Okay. The other option is... Whoops. I don't know if I want to do necessarily... Because I can't really just type out pyro. And having an icon that's literally only 5 pixels would be kind of tricky. It could be doable. Wait. Oh, that's right. It would be 7. So if we had you like this... We could probably make icons that small. kind of fire looking. Kind of. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Icon looks good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. We've also got the potential. I don't know. I think these icons are going to be too big. Yeah, because these are 10. Oh my gosh. Yeah, these icons that I made are 10 pixels. What about this one? You are 5 by 8. I think 5 by 8. Yeah, that would be too big. 5 by 8 would be that. Yeah, we'd have to stick within 5 by 7 is where we'd have to stick. I mean, we could go something similar. We just grab that icon, come over here. So 5 by 7 would be that. I don't know if we move you down. Maybe. Okay, so if we did that, what else would we need? We need... Let's just switch that to 7. I don't know why I haven't done that sooner. So if we do this, we need a section in all those places. And then we do technically have the icons that I've made for all these guys. So we could grab you, copy, paste. Whoop. That's my bad. It does kind of disappear into the thing, though, doesn't it? Yeah, it kind of does. Kind of does. Let's see here. What else did you say, Addies? I feel like I have accidentally stopped reading YouTube chat, and that is my bad. Don't worry, doing great. Looks amazing already. Amazing. I appreciate that. I have some bros that can wishlist as well. We all dig roguelike. Well, yeah, I would be very appreciative of that. No pressure, but yeah, would be very grateful, very grateful. Addy says, actually, let me get on my project as well. Then I can watch your stream and progress myself. For your character window dilemma, look at an ID. The gap between elements and picture and EXP bar was good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely have to look a little bit closer to an ID. Icon looks good. You can break them down. True. Yeah, I think maybe what we're gonna do. Like, the other thing we could do is I could just change... I could change something about this. I can make it black, or I can make it white. I don't know if either of those are necessarily good. We can also just go with the lightest color that we have. Like, we do that. Same thing here on this one. So yeah, so basically we would just do... I should have done this before I merged down. Let's just grab that, and that. Cut that. Basically, we would put you there. Kind of works. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see. Yeah, so we'll just set these to be the lightest, I suppose. Be the lightest and the darkest. Sure. For now. I very well may adjust some things later. They also look all very similar to each other, but meh. Oh, that doesn't help. Okay, so what color is this blue? You are that. Okay, let's go down. Let's see. So you'd be that. So you need to be the shadows. So you'd be that. Meaning you would be that. meaning you would be that. There we go. Now you can actually see it. Whoops. Yeah, sure.
Thanks for the follow,
What?
Unicorn Primed.
Unicorn Prime TV, thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Let's see. Mathra says, I would think fire when I see that icon. Well, thank you, Mathra. I appreciate that. Good. I'm glad. Because, yeah, some of these icons, I wasn't really planning on using them as more than just these tiny little, things. But, should be all right. I'm at ease. Don't worry. Oh, well, welcome over to Twitch. I'm glad you're over here as well. Or now as well. I'm assuming you're not over on YouTube anymore. You can break them down. Yeah, well, I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Okay, so let's hide that. Auto select you. The last one, let's copy the necro. Paste you. Put you there. I may need to. Oh my goodness, what? Thank you.
Welcome to the Moonwood Alliance, Unicorn Primed.
Thank you so much for that Prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. You did not have to do that, but I'm very grateful that you did. Thank you so much. It honestly means so much. The follows, the subs, the bits, everything. Thank you for that. I do appreciate that. It definitely helps keep the stream going. So, thank you again. Here you go, bro. Thank you. You are too kind. Oh, you're over on YouTube as well. Well, I'm glad you're in both places. It's always nice to have the numbers get boosted just a little bit. Let's see here. So, if I'm trying to go for the same idea.
New subs goal of 10. Thank you, everyone.
Oh my goodness, I did not even realize we hit our goal. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Bringing us over the finish line. I appreciate it. I do worry that if we widen this, it's basically going to look just exactly like the other, the hydro icon. So maybe if we just kind of mix it up just a little bit. Sure. I'm probably going to go with something else. I just don't know. Oh man. Okay, well, that's an option. We could have the icons. We could have the icons. Or we don't have the icons. We could also just go back to the original where it is just... Okay, let's do this. Whoops. You, and you. Okay. So what are we thinking? Either no icons. No icons. I kind of like having the icons. I think the problem is the background. I don't know if I'm a fan of the background. But I also don't want to do that because then it just makes it seem like it disappears, you know? So I'm using the exact same colors. You know, we're trying to stick with a very simple color palette, you know, trying to not go outside of this color palette right here. So it's like, yeah, I could use something slightly different. I kind of don't want to do that. The element symbols give it a lot of charm, like magic. The gathering ones, for example. Yeah, see, there we go. I like it. Imagine associating a different element run with an icon. Wait, imagine associating a different element run with an icon. Yeah. I think you're right. I think you're right. It adds a lot of charm. It definitely does help in kind of like solidifying what it is for as well. So I think we're going to stick with this. We're going to stick with having the icons. I'll just kind of figure out how I'm going to show it differently, you know? Like maybe we go with like second to darkest icon. Maybe. Then yeah, as soon as we get into this territory, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, because if we go third from darkest, I mean, none of the icons have disappeared yet, so that's good. That's good. Victor Gamer Zombie says, I love Magic the Gathering. I am horrible at it. I like it too, but I'm horrible at it. I used to play it more often, and I used to be better, and then I stopped playing for years. And then the last time that I tried to pick it up, I was like, nope. I have lost it. Ah, crap. That's what I was worried about. Just kind of blends in there now. Okay, so what if on this one, we make this one even darker? The darkest. Well, not the darkest. Almost the darkest. Then we fill that one in like that. Then it still kind of has a little bit of pop-out room. Yeah, that feels all right. Feels all right. Yeah, I think it's necessary. Okay, so then at this point, we should be able to do that. Yeah. Here, add that there. Change the spacing. Okay, so that's basically what it'll look like. You'll have your elemental damage. You'll have your HP, your XP, your name, your player's icon, face thing. Then you'll have your skill tree, which you'll be able to click on to then actually open up the skill tree. Oh my freaking goodness. That has taken so long. I am so sorry, everybody. I did not plan on it taking this long. It just happens like that sometimes, okay? Sue me. Actually, don't sue me. Please don't sue me. That is the definition of a frivolous lawsuit right there. I would not recommend it. I do not have enough money for you to care about getting. Also, I'm pretty sure it would just be thrown out. Be like, Your Honor, he spent 2.5 hours on stream working on the player thing. And the judge would be like, okay. Case dismissed. About how it would go. So, don't try it. Don't try it. Anyway, okay, cool. Well. So I think what we need is... we can actually probably just merge that down into there. We don't need skill tree to be its own thing anymore. Also, just because... skill tree. Is that one word or two? One word. Is skill tree one word or two? Skill tree is 2 words. All right. Thank you. Thank you, AI. I am so glad you've shown me the ways. All right, so let's come over here. We need to fill this guy in with stuff. But do we? Kind of trippy looking actually now. Like it almost makes it look like there's like a little bit of like a bowing going on, but there's not. There's not a bowing. It's just the lighting. It's kind of crazy. So actually I think what we need to do is come over here to the parallaxes. Yes. Balls. That's not what I want to see. Okay. I mean, it is what I want to see, but also not. All right, so we've got to close you and you and you. Wait, no, I need you guys open. Dang it. Close. Okay. We also don't need you. So we got Dungeon UI, Dungeon UI 2, Dungeon UI 3, and Dungeon UI 4. Oh, never mind. We've got all the ones we need. Perfect. This is what we actually need to replace right here. But I also just realized we also need to replace other stuff. Because this is all still using the old curved stuff that we're not using anymore. This is no longer curved. These are all now straight lines. So make those straight and straight Clean cut. That's all getting replaced. I'm not gonna worry about that one. Let's see here. I would only whiten up the blue ones, highlighting it. For the icons? Is that what you're talking about? I'd only whiten up the blue ones, highlighting it. I assume that's what you're talking about? But if not, if it's not the icon, let me know. Enough money? Some people don't care about money. Sometimes you gotta do it for the love of the game. True. True. Some people don't. Some people will just sue to sue, and more power to him, I suppose. See, if I were to sue, it'd be for the money. Because I don't even want to think about going through some kind of lawsuit ever. That just sounds like a nightmare. No freaking thank you. You can keep your lawsuit. Even if it's for the love of the game. You know what? Actually, if I knew that someone wanted to sue me just because they enjoyed suing people, I would probably just... I would probably not even try to fight it, and I would just pay everything they wanted just to keep them from being able to, you know, enjoy themselves while in the courtroom. What I would do. Does that make me petty or stupid? I feel like probably stupid. Probably makes me stupid. That I wouldn't even try to fight it. Oh well. Okay. That should be all the corners. Should be everything, actually. Cool. Let's do this now. Let's just copy all that. Oh, wait, I can't. I can, but I can't. Let's not copy this part. Or this part. Copy that. Save that. We come over here. We paste that in there. Now, basically, the idea is we'll put that there. So it should square off everything but these top sections here, which we will then square up in due time. Which should be way faster than going through and redoing all of them manually. Okay. Save that. Paste it. I know this is a very weird thing to watch. And it's not exactly elegant, but it's the way that I have to do it, because RPG Maker is special. It's special with some things. I love it to death, despite what some people may assume. I have gotten some fun comments recently about my RPG Maker shorts. I feel like people have taken very personal offense to some of the shorts that I've made. Not even necessarily bashing RPG Maker, just making a statement of fact. And people have seemed to take it very seriously that I'm like attacking RPG Maker. And I'm like, you do realize I've been using it for like 25 years of my life now, right? Like if I'm going to hate something, RPG Maker is the last engine that I would hate. I've spent so much of my life in it. But oh well. Oh well. Nintendo favorite target. I probably would be. I gotta make sure that I don't ever piss Nintendo off, because they probably would be ones that they'd be like, you owe us $5 million, and I'd be like, okay. I don't know how I'm gonna pay it, but okay. It's gonna happen. Sorry, it was gibberish. I meant the water drop could need a single white dot in the right lower corner of the middle to add reflection. Oh, I see what you're talking about now. Okay, so you're meaning a little bit of something like this, something like that, in the center, in the right lower corner, middle to add reflection. Okay, something like this. Ooh. I don't know if that's necessarily what you were meaning, but kind of like it. I kind of like it, actually. If it's not what you were meaning, I can change it, but I kind of like it. Yeah, we're gonna leave it like that. Victor Gamer Zombie says, never lay down, never give up. The answer is a countersuit. Source, I watched all the suits, / The Good Wife / The Good Fight. I suppose I probably could. I could bring it to Nintendo. Maybe they'll just assume I'm going to roll over and give them money, and then I'll just come popping out of nowhere and be like, "Objection, Your Honor," and they'll be like, I don't know where this bit's going, and I'm so sorry. I thought maybe at some point in time it would pick up in some way, shape, or form. That was not the case. It did not pick up, and we're just gonna let it lay down and die because that's what it deserves. Okay, so I believe that should be everything we need right there. Let's just delete that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what do we need? What do we need? We need all this right here. We then need to fill it in with that color. We then need to come over here and we need to get rid of this whole outer section, because this is going to be covered in another image. Because weird things are afoot, okay? I'm just going to say that. Weird things are afoot at the Circle K. But it's how we got to do it. It's how we got to do it with RPG Maker. And then we want to get rid of... No. We want to get rid of just you, I guess. I mean, that's what it looks like, so we'll just get rid of you. Yeah. Sure, why not? Okay, then we also need holes for... So the name doesn't need holes. It's just the HP and the XP need the holes. Okay. That. Get rid of that. And over here, get rid of these guys. Okay, so we got holes for the XP and the HP. And then I think that should be it. That was just text that was there. Yes, the holes were for the image, the HP, the XP, the name goes on top, the level goes on top. Well, there is no level, but the name went on top. Everything, everything else went on top. Okay, yeah, so that should be right there, black and white, clear as crystal. You stole fizzy lifting drinks. Yeah, name that movie. You get nothing! You lose! Good day, sir! It was. Okay, good. Whew, I'm glad that I got it right. I am glad that I got it right. Trick! How'd you know, Devious Oatmeal? How'd you know? If it was anybody else, I would assume you were joking. Oh, wait. If it was anybody else, I would assume they're serious. That's what I mean. I can speak. I can speak English. Meeple says, did you see the Northern Lights tonight? I did not. Wait. Would I have been able to see them? I feel like I may have missed out if I didn't see them. Northern Lights. Not now. Utahns treated to spectacular Northern Lights display as Aurora Borealis graces night. A severe solar storm is painting Aurora Borealis across the sky as far south as Florida. Oh my, what the? What have I missed? I don't know, I didn't see anything. Oh. Well, I probably wouldn't have seen it anyway. Oh well. Oh well. Mutation Ever says, oh, I did. Well, through friends' photos. See, there we go. There we go. It's basically the same thing. I don't know. Like, that kind of stuff is cool looking. It really is. For me, personally, I'm just kind of like, I saw a video of it, or I saw pictures of it, and that's good enough for me. I'm like, eh. I feel that way about a lot of things, though, where I'm just like, nah, I saw a picture of it. I saw a video. It's fine. It's whatever. That's how I live my life. Okay, so with all of those changes, I think, and I hope, we should be able to come in here, and I should be able to pull this up, and we'll see what it looks like. Oh, boy. That's only... I mean, okay. To be fair, it could look way worse than that. We just need to make some adjustments. That's all. We just need some adjustments, and then we should be good to go. So, what adjustments do we need? That's a great question. Thank you for asking it. You're very astute. Let's do this. We're going to hide everything. Oh my gosh, that's what I need. I haven't drank any water. I have had 0 water for days. What the?
Moonman has been super chatted up by Meeple. Yeah, I'm rich.
Meeple, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that super chat. I appreciate that. You're too kind. You're too kind. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Let's see. I can give it a little bit of heart, and I like it. I don't know. I don't understand it. I do not understand it. Let me. I know this is a very weird side tangent. Freaking, there's a like button right here, but I can't click. It does nothing. It does nothing. Why YouTube does this do nothing? Why does me clicking like do nothing on this comment? At least I can do the heart. I can do the heart, and I did the heart. I know you can't see the heart. There you go. Look at that. There's a heart. I put a heart. Thank you for that. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. You did not have to do that, but I am very grateful for that. You are keeping the stream going, and I appreciate that. So thank you. Thank you. Adi says, I pressed it. Don't worry. Thank you. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I can't do the like. Maybe it's for other people. Maybe. Yeah, Meeple. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. You are the best. You are the best Meeple I could ask for. So thank you. Okay, so let's get this thing figured out, shall we? So we need player's name is already decent. Let's figure it out just a little bit more. So we need you to be... That is really small. Okay, I'm going to say I am so sorry. Actually, no. Oh, I can do this. There we go. It's still not great. All right, never mind. I am so sorry. I have to do this for just a little bit. I know it looks terrible. It looks really bad. But I got to get this thing lined up just right. Ooh. And it's such dark gray. I cannot see what the freak that's supposed to be. I think. Oh my gosh, I feel so freaking. Whoa! I don't know if you can still see what I'm seeing. I feel like it's all very not good. I am so sorry if everything you're seeing is completely messed up. It's gonna be over soon, I swear. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh my gosh. No. Okay, so now we need 1, 2, 4, 5. All right, that's it. Where the freak is the magnifying glass? Get it out of here. That was the worst idea I've ever had. I don't know what you all just saw because I was zoomed in with Windows magnifier. But I think that should be correct now. Nope, not. Hold up. Hold, please. Give me 2 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I think that should be better. I hope that should be better. Whoo! Nope. That is not what I want at all. Not at all. Shit. Oh my gosh. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I think that should be correct, right? Because over in Photoshop, the name is supposed to be What? Now I know what the problem is. I see the problem now. So as you can see here, it's because the image of the player is way too big. That would be why. That would be why. Okay, let's make sure that they are not any larger than 21 pixels. Let's come over here. Pictures. Is it worth adjusting them at all? Do I just tell it to not show the picture? So what would that be? 21 times 4 is 84. We want to say canvas size 84 by 84. Sure. That's not too bad. Canvas size 84 by 84. Save. 84 by 84. '84, '84. 84. This is all gonna make sense soon, I swear. Now, the reason why I was questioning if I should even be doing this is because we are going to be replacing all of these faces eventually. And so I'm kind of like, well, yeah, do we put in all this time and effort to actually have them showing correctly? I think for now, just to keep it looking okay, we do. We do. Yeah. Okay, last one. Whoa. There we go. Sure. Well, yeah, sure. Sure. Okay, that should fix those. Now, if we come over to here, I believe we need to change where it's showing the face, though. Yeah. Quite a bit. Quite a bit, actually. So you need to show the faces. Let's just grab one of the faces. Here. Okay, so you need to be showing the face. Right there. Oh, see, Unicorn Prime TV, also known as 86. Why replace them? So, basically, this is what happened. So, I purchased a pack of, it was supposed to be like 1,500, like, character portraits and things like that. And I was like, oh, cool, absolutely, like, that's a lot of character portraits. I thought most of them, well, the ones they were highlighting looked kind of cool. And I was like, yeah, sure, we'll go for them. So I bought the pack, started using it. As I was going through, I noticed that the majority of them were kind of terrible. They didn't look very good. Their designs were all just all over the place, and I'm like, what is happening? Like, why does it look so bad, right? Turns out they were all AI generated, which I have nothing against AI. Absolutely nothing against it. I use AI from time to time to answer questions. I use it for inspiration. I've used it for some art stuff even. Usually things to like help me get to a certain point and then I carry it the rest of the way kind of stuff. Like I have no qualms with AI. I know that a lot of people do. And I know that also a lot of people don't have qualms either. So it's not necessarily that it was made with AI. The problem that I have is when people try to pass something off as their own without acknowledging the fact that they either used AI or that it's in the case of these, it's fully AI. So anyway, so it basically just kind of turned into the issue was the ones they had highlighted were decent looking. All the others were just kind of slop. And so everything that I've pulled, all the ones that I have in here, were kind of like the best ones of the pack. And even still, like when you look at them for more than 5 seconds, you're like, oh, they're all kind of not quite right. You know, like nothing quite lines up exactly how it should. You know, like the designs on her boots. Like, yeah, you can say like, oh, well, it's because like one leg's in front of the other, but it's like nothing is like, there's no symmetricality. I don't think that's a word. Like nothing's really that symmetrical. Sometimes just like things don't really make sense. And so that's kind of the issue I was running into. I was like, oh, some of it just doesn't work like you would have expected it to. So anyway, that's the reason why I'm looking into replacing them. Yeah, it's just not exactly first on my to-do list kind of a thing. So they work as placeholders. You know, as of right now, they work as placeholders. I want to have a more unified look and feel, but it's like, because like that's the thing, is that like as you go from like one to the next, like, you know, this one, you know, she looks like that, and the next one, much larger head. She again, like, you know, not a whole lot of like facial design going on here. This one again, like definitely not any, like when you look at like, you know, this guy to this guy, like their heads just are like very disproportionately sized. Then you know, come over to here where like, you know, you've got like a decent amount of look in here. Like she has kind of like a very like chibi face look and feel. And this guy's got like a super small head. She has no face at all. So it's just kind of like a little bit all over the place in terms of design, which, you know, not necessarily a bad thing. Again, I don't have any issues with AI. If people want to use AI, again, I use AI now and then. But yeah. So I was like, you know what? I'll replace them eventually. They're placeholders for now, but eventually I was planning on replacing them. So there's a very long answer to a not super long question. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, definitely Uncanny Valley though, and AI scam, obviously. Yeah, and that's the thing too, is that the pack was $20, which I was like, hey, 1,500 like pixel characters. I'm like, that is a lot of pixel characters. I will happily pay $20 for that. And then, you know, it was, well, most of it is just absolute garbage. Like, you can tell on some of them that they went through and they did touch up some of the characters, which is good. Like, I'm glad that they did. But it is also just kind of like, cool. So you typed in a prompt, spat out 1,500 AI generated pixel characters and threw them up on a store for $20. I'm like, So it's kind of like a half and half thing where it's like, yeah, I want to have a bit more universal looking design. Just something that like the characters all actually look the same. Well, not the same, but like they look like they were designed by the same person and not just AI spat them out. But then it's also just kind of like it's that cost and then them not openly being like, hey, this is AI, which funny enough, so they didn't originally say, hey, this is AI. And then I returned it. And I was like, I don't want this anymore. So I returned it. And then that's, again, another reason why we're going to be replacing this eventually, because I don't own these packs anymore. So we will be replacing them for that fact. But then it was probably about a week after I returned mine, down at the very bottom of their page, it just, in just a little, just small little font, it then says that it was generated with AI. And I'm like, there you go. At least technically they're saying that it is AI now. To be fair, though, this was also a very long time ago. I feel like a lot of other platforms have gotten much better at making sure to have you like require a AI tag if you were actually making things with AI. Because again, I have nothing against AI. If you want to use AI and you are honest about the fact that you are using AI, I have no qualms with it. You know, some people will say, oh, you have no artistic integrity if you use AI. Some people will say, oh, well, like your code's garbage because you use AI to help you with your code. To me, I'm going to say, if you use it to help you as like an assistant, I'm fine with that. If you're using it to be able to expand your skills and be able to do more than what you could by yourself, I'm fine with it. But as soon as you try to like generate everything with AI and you're like, look what I made, it's like, you're like, you didn't make it though, AI made it. And that's kind of where I draw the line where I'm like, all right, like, meh. So anyway, Yeah, there's my very long rant about AI. I did not mean that to be a rant, so I apologize. If I have offended you, I apologize. I did not mean to offend. Coco says, I didn't know they're AI. Yeah, they definitely are. Which, you know, to each their own, and if people want to use it, that's totally fine. I'm not going to judge them. But for me and for my game, I'm like, if I'm going to have AI characters in my game, I'll make them myself with AI, like, and I'll make them exactly how I want them to look. Okay, well, let's come over here to the tomb. We want to find wherever it's showing the player's face. That is what we want. We want you to show at 62,518. 62,518. I knew it would be close. So we also, though, want to come over here to the town. This is also showing the face. There we go. Okay. Now it should be showing the face at the right spot, so it shouldn't look as janky. Perfect. Looking a little bit better. I'm also confused, though. It should be showing... Where would that outline be coming from? The outline should be there somewhere. Oh! That would be why it's not there. All right, let's pull that up over... Oh, crap. Let's see, 80 says... Also, I hope I'm saying your name right. Is it 80s? Addies? Addies you? 80s you? Yeah, feel you. Cost me a lot of money, but I keep AI completely out of my game as well. I hope it pays off in the final product's quality. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like... Nowadays, you can get some decent results with AI. But 99% of the time, people will be able to tell. And again, like, if people don't have a problem with it, or if you're completely honest with it, it's not the end of the world. But again, like, 99% of the time, people will be able to tell. Yeah, so... And yeah, if you can do things without AI, though, props to you 100%. It is definitely going to pay off. Pal World is great in my opinion. Uses a lot of AI, but they speak openly about it. It all depends on the creator's vision. Yeah, and that's the thing too, is it's like, again, if you're using it as a tool to help you, because like, okay, here's the best way that I have found to compare it to something, right? Maybe someone would consider the use of an electric drill to drill in screws to be an issue. Yep, maybe some purist is like, oh, I would never use an electric drill to drill in screws. Like, I am a purist, and I will and always will use a screwdriver, which is fine. That's fair. And if you are really good with that screwdriver, you very well may get some much better results because you're never going to accidentally, overscrew something, and it's going to be great. And if someone's using a drill, a power drill, maybe you are going to have some issues here and there. And maybe as you practice with it, you may get better with using it, and then eventually get to the point where it's not as noticeable that you were using something like that. But you wouldn't use that tool for everything. You're not going to use a power drill when it comes to nails. You're not going to use a power drill when it comes to needing to cut a board or to paint a wall. You're going to ruin things. And if you try to use a drill to paint a wall, you can do it. Like, you could dip your drill into a paint bucket and you could paint the wall with your drill. It's probably going to be noticeable. And yeah, so use the right tool for the right job. And if AI works for the job that you need it to be used for, use it sparingly, use it correctly. Don't just throw it at everything and expect it to be perfect all the time. I feel like that analogy went on way too long and got way off. Yeah. I need to work on when I say I have an analogy and have the analogy be actually good. I feel like you knew what I meant, though. So hopefully it didn't go way too off in the weeds. Anyway, all right, let's get this thing working. Oh, man. Moon Man at 11 o'clock at night. It's a magical thing, isn't it? Okay. Now, that should show up correctly. So if we come over here, we should see the actual border. And there we go. There's the border. It's showing up correctly now. Okay, that feels way better. Now, I apologize again. Okay. So, how was it that we have it over here, though? Whoa. It's not what I want to do. How do we have it over here, though? It is showing player's name in line with the top there. Okay. Come over here, and we, again, I'm so sorry. We pull this up, and then we hide everything but player. And player needs to be... Need to go 10. 1, 2. That's where the problem was. Okay. There we go. That's lined up better. Okay. Whew. All right. Let's see. What do we need to replace now? We need to replace a couple more assets. So if we come over here to images, some rand dude, HUD, gauge images. Kevin Nick says, "Hello, Moonwood Games." Welcome, Nick. Welcome. I feel like it's been a minute. How's life going for you? Divas Omega says, "Palo World doesn't use AI." What? I can't. I feel like you're pulling my leg again, kind of like with the whole Shrek thing. Coco says, "I didn't know they're AI. I should probably be providing proof/sketches for the assets I'll be selling on itch. It really sucks to be buying AI assets without knowing." Yeah. And honestly, like, hopefully most people will be good at, like, just admitting it nowadays. I feel like people are getting better at realizing that they can't just, pull the wool over everybody's eyes. Hopefully. I hope. I don't know. There are still some people, though, that probably are like, it's gonna be fine. So I wouldn't say that you necessarily have to disclose, or not disclose, but like show proof of you creating it. I don't think, at least I would hope that it hasn't gone that far. I hope. I mean, it wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt to have something to show. Nick says it has just too early for me to join, to be honest. That's fair. I mean, yeah, it is very early for you. So Pal World doesn't use AI. Be what I'm saying. But they've admitted they do. What are you talking about, Devious Oatmeal? I don't know if it's necessarily a ton, but haven't they? I'm pretty sure they have, like, admitted to using it, right? Or maybe I'm crazy. I might be crazy. Probably crazy. Let's see. Arkaras says, "I'm writing my own game, and for images, generates them by a SD 1.6 pipeline with some open source pixel art, LoRa adapters I got from Civ Archive." Wait. Okay, so you're writing your own game, and for images, you're generating them. Yeah, and that's totally fine. Well, first of all, I see you're first time chatter. Welcome. Oh, you're using 1.5. Okay. But yeah, no, and again, like, there's nothing wrong. Like, okay, I'm gonna say personally, I cannot speak for everybody else. I know that there are some people that have an absolute disdain for AI, and that's totally understandable. I'm not gonna tell anyone one way or the other to feel, what to think. If you have an opinion about AI, I'm not gonna try and change your mind. My opinion is, if you are using it and you're using it a way to be able to elevate your creativity but not replace your creativity, that's where I think it should be used. Use it to elevate the skills you currently have, but don't rely on it solely. Like, if you're using it to replace all of your creative thinking, all of your creative outlets and avenues and everything like that, then you're probably taking it a little bit too far. But if you're bouncing ideas back and forth off of the AI, if you're using it to, like, do concept art or even finished art, but then if you just be honest with yourself, be honest with others, and be like, hey, I use AI to make this. Like, I'm not going to try and sell it off as my own thing. I don't think there's a problem with that. There's not even necessarily anything inherently wrong with creating something with AI and then not disclosing it. But I could definitely see where people would become even more frustrated if you did create something with AI, didn't disclose that it was AI, or you tried to play it off like it was your own. And yeah, so anyway, but yeah, absolutely nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that is super awesome. What kind of game are you making though? I would love to hear about it. And Oatmeal says, no, they never have. They said they have AI pathfinding and enemy behaviors, but that's old school AI, not current AI. Oh. Well, there we go. That's good to know. Let's see. I used it to save time. Great for debugging. Oh, for AI? Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like I've used it a few times on stream where like I've debugged code because I'm just like, I have no idea what's going on here, and I'll just like feed it a bit of JavaScript and like, what am I doing wrong? And it'll be like, oh, do this differently. And I'm like, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. So, to each their own, and whatever works. Okay, so 33 and 7. So we need you to be canvas size of 33 times 4 and 7 times 4. Easy enough. Easy enough. All right, so let's save that. And then what are you? You're 132 and 20. Okay, cool. 132 and 28. Easy enough. Bring that over there. Stretch this out. Nearest neighbor over to there. Save that. Crap. 132, 28. That's the one. 132 and 28. Fill that in with that. Save that. Okay. So that is the HP. Now, then we got the player XP. So we need to adjust you. You're going to be the exact same as this guy. Like the exact same size. Let's do that. Let's grab... I think I like that yellow. I think it's a decent yellow. Let's fill that in with the yellow. And then we're going to save this as the player XP front. Yes. Okay, so then now what we need to do is we need to hide that. Let's save this as... let's go to the images, the gauge backs, and we're going to do... This is the player HP back. Yes, player HP back. Okay. And over here, that. Cool. Now, we need X0. So this is the player's HP. We'll keep you over there for now. 50. So this is the XP. So we got XP front, and then let's do player HP back. Fresh. Okay, we'll leave you there. And then 6 out of 6. So this is the player's... Oh, okay. Yeah. I apologize again. Gotta make it larger so I can actually see what I'm doing here. No! You're ruining everything, monster. Get out of here. Crap. What have I done? What have I done? Okay. I mean, everything is stopped, but that should be fine. Should be fine. I hope. Oh my gosh, this is not... Okay, so 5 out of 6. So you need to go... here? And these colors are so dark, I cannot see anything. I am so sorry. I know that you're seeing absolute riveting stuff on the screen right now. Okay, so then the players... XP... I keep getting into battles, and this is not good. Just take him out. Okay, now the XP. Yep. Okay, I think that's good. Pretty sure. I hope. We'll see. If it's off by 1 pixel, we will fix it later. Let's see here. Mather says, hell, I want to learn how to use it to finish/polish my own arts, oh my God. My own art, since I lack that polish skill. I have great artistic ideas, but lack of skill. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. And if you're using it to bridge that gap, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I can help you since I'm Polish. So there we go. But I cannot pay people. That's usually where I run into an issue too. Nick says, could you show how the game is going? Haven't seen it in a while. Absolutely, Nick. Absolutely, I can do that. As sad as it is, I don't know how much has actually changed. We can take a look at it. Let's see. Eddie says, wait. Yeah. Eddie says, yeah, feel you. Cost me a lot of money. Okay, yeah, but I keep. Then Power is great, in my opinion. Doesn't matter. I just face rolled when I made the account about 15 years ago. I usually go by Unicorn Prime. Well, there we go. That works out then. And Jesse says, howdy, Mooney. Welcome, Jesse. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. How is your evening going so far? Hopefully it's going well for you. Okay, so we're just going to finish up the rest of this UI really quickly. And then, Nick, I will give you a really quick tour. I'll let you know what's going on here. Okay, so this 5. What is this 5? The 5 is the player's HP. Yeah. Do you need to go over here? We're gonna stay 1, 2, 4. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Close enough. Ooh, and then the 1. Okay, so we don't need this 1 anymore because this is this one right here. I believe these are the old stats. We don't need those anymore. Let's delete this because that's vitality, dexterity, wisdom, or luck, and then this would be wisdom. Delete. Okay, we don't need any of those anymore. They're gone, and they're gone. Oh, crap. Okay, we got you 5 out of 10, and then you're 6 out of 10. Maybe we need to set you to be overlay. I think that's right. And then we'll grab this 5 out of 10. Ooh. I think that's right. I hope that's right. Okay, so it's showing how much damage it's going to do, what you're at. We do need to adjust those. Those are very broken, but that's for a different day. So the 4, that is correct. So that's the health. That's how much health you've got left. It was 0. What do you 0? What is 0? Variable 8. What is variable 8? 8 is player level. Oh, well, we don't need that anymore. 0. What should we do with you, though? Do I just delete you? We just recreate you later if we need. All right, delete the player level. Oh, I should. That wasn't smart. Oh well. Because we want to be able to show the XP now in text form. That's all right. Just copy paste that, and then we'll come down here to 4. We're gonna change this to be, what is the player's XP? I think it's like 50 something. Player XP 48. 48. We want you to be variable 48. Fresh. Go. So that's how much XP you have. That's not gonna work well. Gotta do it again. I am so sorry, everybody. Riveting, riveting. 4, 4. Okay, there we go. So now we should be able to show the player's HP, the player's XP. You hover over them. We're going to add that later. Okay. Now, I believe the last things will be the pyro. Pyro will go here. Get it. Gosh, my eyes. Oh, this is not making it easy. All right, one more time. I just want to get it close enough, you know? And good things are happening, I swear. I know you can't see it, but good things are happening. 4. All right, let's grab the next one. Four. This 2. 4. Okay. There we go. I don't think we need them to be the different colors, though. At least not anymore. We used to back in the day when it was not, when we didn't have any more of the design. But I think at this point, we can actually just set you to be white. Yeah. Not pure white, though. We do need to get the actual shade. Yeah, so you need to be crap. There we go. So you need to be RGB of 239, 239, 239. Easy enough. Okay, so that's going to be a slightly off-white. I know you probably can't really see an actual difference, but I want to make sure that we don't have like any like actual pure white, and I don't want like any actual like pitch black. Cool. Okay, I think at this point now, the only other thing is the money. I don't necessarily want to erase the money. But I don't know what to do with it. I wish I could just, like, set it temporarily... Oh, wait. There we go. Easy enough. I'll just change the opacity to 0. That works. That works. Okay, well, yeah, I think the new player area is looking decent. I think so. It's not perfect, but it's decent. It's looking better than it was before. I'll say that. I will say that. All right. Well, yeah, Nick, it has been a while. Let's take a quick look. So I'm trying to remember anything that would have been new here. Whoop.
Mathradog just redeemed stretch.
Well, everybody ready for a good stretch? Oh, I'm so ready for a good stretch. Here we go. And the other way. Oh, and backwards. Oh. Ooh, gasp. You got rid of the dare redeem. Temporarily. Yeah, I really like having the truth or dare. It is a lot of fun. But with how much I'm trying to focus on getting the demo out the door, I'm like, I don't know if I can do the dares anymore because the dares are definitely taking a lot of extra time, which I absolutely love. But I'm like, instead of telling people, hey, I can't do that dare, do another one, I was just like, I'm just going to take it off for now, and then we'll bring it back later. I have introduced some other ones, though, to hopefully offset it a little bit, and I'll be adding other, like, smaller redeems as well. Okay, well, Nick, again, I can't remember exactly how long you've been gone. I mean, obviously, you knew when we were working on the perk card system, because, you know, Nick's Hat of Divine Wisdom. But let's see. We got the perk card system finally done. We still need to add more cards, and there are a couple things that I want to change about it, but it's in here. It does stuff now, so, you know, if I were to select Nick's Hat of Divine Wisdom, it'll add it to my hotbar, and then there we go. It's also over here, so I can see everything that I've got. Let's see, what else do we have? We've kind of redone the rooms a little bit. There's still going to be a little bit more redesign work that goes into it, but then it's basically just adding more decorations and stuff like that. I've tried to add a few more monsters. I'm still, that one's still a lot of work that needs to be done, is the monsters. Let's see, what else would be new? I still love my gauntlets are dirty with ale stains. That's true. You do have, like, the only, like, different looking card as of right now. Yeah. It is really cool looking. I do like how it turned out. It was very nice. Let's see, what else? So we just got done redoing the player section right here. So the biggest reason why we decided to redo it, I mean, of course, aside from the obvious, like, it needed to be redone, was because I've also added a skill tree to the game. So I'm sure you remember there used to be the stats, the skills, whatever they would be called, that the player had. So you had your vitality, dexterity, wisdom, and luck. And I was kind of going with that for a little bit. And then we were going back trying to redo the level up screen, and I was like, this is not fun. This isn't interesting. And then I was like, what if we do a skill tree? Because I don't hate myself enough, and I don't want this game to ever come out, apparently. So I just keep adding more and more and more stuff. So we got a skill tree added now. This one was almost 2 weeks of streams to get all done and working. But it is now all done and working. So there are now 29 different skills you'll be able to perk into. So as you level up, instead of it being something like along the lines of, you know, oh, you leveled up, choose one of 4 stats to increase, you'll now come in here and you have your 29 different skills you can increase. So, you know, so it's things like, you know, very basic stuff like Enduring Spirit, which increases your maximum health, to stuff like this, which is, you know, do 2x damage if your health is below a specific percentage. So it kind of like incentivizes you to run on lower health. Something like this increases your chances to dodge incoming enemy attacks. So just kind of like adds like a, you know, just an extra chance to just not take damage. To much larger things, like, say, for example, this one. So if you die, you will get revived with, you know, X amount of HP once per run. Or this one, if the top card on the deck, on the draw pile, is either a king, a queen, or a jack, it can be revealed if you hover over it. So that way you kind of have like a general idea of like what you're going to be drawing. This one, you know, increases the amount of gold you find. This one increases your chances of having your first... when you first encounter a monster, the first hand you draw is going to be a blackjack. So it's like, you know, pair this one, you know, so like if you increase your chances of drawing a blackjack, combined with, I swear there was one, maybe it's not in here. I should probably add something like that in here. There was, I swear there was a skill, but maybe it's just a perk card as of right now. But yeah, I think I'm gonna need to add that skill somewhere. But yeah, so combining this one with being able to increase your blackjack's multiplication or multiplier would be pretty crazy. So anyway, yeah, so we've got the skill tree in here now as well. And so the biggest reason why we were doing all of this stuff with the player section is because we needed a way to be able to actually get here to the skill screen. Because I don't think I'm going to have it be where just when you level up, you have to spend a skill point. I kind of want the player to be able to like choose when they're spending those skill points, if they spend them at all. So yeah, so basically the idea would be after you gain enough experience and you level up, you will then get a skill point, and then you'll be able to click down here on this button right here, and you'll be able to go into the skill tree. Yeah. Which is actually what we're going to be working on next, is make it so you can actually get into the skill tree. I am so sorry. Jesse says, doing okay. Just got done cleaning the guinea pigs. Oh, hopefully that went well for you. I hope the guinea pigs are all doing well. Let's see here. Okay, all right. So then, Mathra, I completely missed your other message. I'm trying so hard to learn how to draw anime and semi-lifelike to make detailed anime-style characters. I write for the original characters, but I have been drawing for so long, and I cannot seem to improve. It's a slow process, Mathra. But I promise, you're gonna get there. And some people improve faster than others. But that doesn't mean there is not going to be improvement. It does take time, though. It does take time. Just make sure you're not comparing yourself to other people's work. Don't draw something and then look at what somebody else has drawn and be like, oh, look at that. I'm not getting any better because you're looking at someone else's art versus your own. If you're not already, make sure that you are holding on to every single thing that you've drawn. Whether it was good or bad, hold on to it. Because in 6 months, a year, 2 years, however long it is down the line, when you are then drawing at that point in time, go back and look at what you were drawing now. Go back and look what you were drawing 6 months ago, a year ago, however long it is. You can go back. It is a pretty big thing to be able to go back and look at that kind of stuff. So I would highly recommend. I think it has to do with my ADHD. It was also formed into an anxiety. That's my thought of maybe learning to use AI to help me with my art. And that's another thing too, is like, again, if you are able to get it to a certain point, and then you use AI to get it the rest of the way, nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Totally fine there. No worries at all. But if you are wanting to actually continue to learn and continue to grow, I would highly recommend not using it as a crutch. If what you wanted to do is, draw something at your current level, maybe reproduce it in AI to, I was going to say upscale. It's not necessarily upscale. To increase its quality, and then use that as inspiration. Look at that picture and be like, okay, what do I need to do to actually make this thing turn out and look like this? That would be something that I could recommend doing, is use it to actually help yourself learning. This says, as well as can be, we're treating them all from mites. Think the crappy hay. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. My eyes are just like not focusing. Whew. Think the crappy hay we had to give them, but otherwise, mostly they are fine. Well, that is not fun. I am so sorry. Hopefully though, they'll start doing better soon. Got my fingers crossed. Fingers crossed for them. I wrote that terribly. Sorry. No, you're totally fine. It literally was my eyes. Like, I was looking at it, and my eyes were just like not focused. So like everything like kept going like slightly blurry, and then a little less blurry, then slightly. I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna rub my eyes and see if it'll focus again. Yeah, I look at a screen basically all day, every day anyway, but today was especially a very screen heavy day. Usually I have a chance to like walk away from my desk for like an hour or something like that at lunchtime, and I can go on a walk, get some fresh air, not look at a screen. It was nonstop today, so my eyes are probably just like, why are you still staring at a screen? Stop it. Yeah, the treatment for mites works fast, so they are already less itchy. Hey, that's really good then. Yeah, that would not be fun if it took a very long time, so I'm glad that it's a pretty fast process. Mathra says, it is late, Moon. You are tired and forgiven. Thank you, Mathra. I appreciate that. It is getting late. It is 11:30 here. Oh, almost 11:30 here. So it is very late. We can keep going. We're going to keep going. It also doesn't help the freaking... I hate daylight savings. I know that I've said this before, but I hate daylight savings. It is the worst thing in the world. Yeah. I'm like sitting here, like, to me, kind of still technically, my body's like, it's midnight. It's 12:30. I'm like, no, it's 11:30. Oh well. Okay, so I know that I had already kind of started copying this stuff over to here. Yes, the skill tree scene. Okay. So let's come over here. We're going to say we need to change the buttons. Loading. Menu items. Menu item. This is the one. Skill tree. Yes, then it turns on skill tree scene. Cool. Okay, so let's change the X and the Y here to be... Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Okay, so if you click anywhere in here... Do we want to make it so you have to click in here? I think we're going to click in here. Yeah. Well... we'll include the whole box. Might as well. 16 and 660. 16. 660. 248, 704. 248, 704. Okay, so if you click within there, then it turns on the skill tree scene. See what happens. Yeah, so we just come over here and we click on that. There we go. Skill tree scene. Awesome. So, we've got a couple things. A couple things that I need to fix. Specifically, let's come over here. We've got turn that stuff off. Now you can actually see what I'm doing. So the skill tree scene, that is... What variable is, or what switch is that again? 148. Okay. We need to say you, and then and if game switches dot value 148 is equal to false. So as soon as you're equal to true, hide that. So copy that, refresh. Make sure it's equal to true, or you're equal to true, or oh wait. Would it be or? Nope. I have it in here right though, right? Switches dot value 148. Yeah, you'd be and. Oh, wait. Wait. Okay, never mind. Get rid of all that. Come over here to the end. Let's put you in parentheses. Okay, so here's what we want to say. We want to say if game variables 148 is equal to false, or, and then all of those. I think. No. And. There we go. Oh my gosh. That was an absolute nightmare. Okay, so let's put you in parentheses. Paste that. Refresh. Here. Parentheses, paste you, refresh. More riveting game dev stuff. Okay, so what are you? You are variable 3. Oh, you're the gold. You're the gold. Okay. Let's do parentheses, you, fresh, parentheses. You can kind of see what's going on. I'll bring that over a little bit more so you can see. Refresh. Parentheses, you, fresh, parentheses. What the? That was exciting. Okay, stream didn't crash. Maybe. Okay, YouTube's still here. Woo. My page that I have YouTube up on just went crazy and crashed. And I was worried that the whole stream went down. I was like, no, please. Refresh. Seize. Paste you. Refresh. Okay, so the skill points we need. What is the other 0? You're the other 0. Yes. Parentheses. Paste. Refresh. Okay, so we only want this, though, to show if 148 is true. Okay, cool. You're going to show... Okay, so these have no conditions. That was going to be a potential problem. So if you are equal to true, then we want you to show. Okay. Yeah, because if there were no conditions here, then basically what was going to happen is if I were to level up anything and then close this window, nothing would disappear. So... that wouldn't have been good. It's all right. We just need to come in here, add a condition to all of these elements, so that way everything disappears. This is my own doing. If I was using RPG Maker MZ, some ran devs HUD Maker for MZ is wild. Like, I love that thing so much. That would be like one of the biggest reasons that I would use if I could switch to MZ. I would actually probably take the time to switch just so that I could use some ran devs HUD Maker in MZ, because it is so good. Yeah, so we just need to keep going through here, get all the conditions in place so that these will actually disappear when we close this scene. I don't know why I didn't think to do this when I was creating all these elements. I really should have, but oh well. You live and learn. You live and you learn. I'm just going over relatively quickly, right? Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad. And we are on the last of the luck ones, so it's just getting through luck. Progress bars on each of the skills. Ah, crap. Okay, that should be the last one. There we go. Whew. Let's see here. Unicorn Prime TV says, how about a something button? What is that? Concede left, concede right. How about a concede run button? It's not a bad idea. I do want to have somewhere where you can, like, yeah, basically just say, like, leave the tower, and you basically, yeah, just like, you're conceding the run. We could do that. We absolutely could. I would like to have that. Mather says I was recommended a program, but I have not got it yet as I'm waiting for a sale. Fair. Yeah, I would say wait, especially around the holidays. 100% you want to wait. I'm jumping off for the night. I feel crappy. Wait. I'm jumping off for the night. I feel crappy due to this cold I got. That is fair. That is fair. Mathra, I hope you start feeling better soon. I'm so sorry that I'm not feeling well, but I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you'll be feeling better soon, and hopefully we'll see you on the Thursday stream. If not, totally understandable, but hopefully you get feeling better soon. That's what I got for you. That's what I got for you. Get well, Mathra. Yes, please get well. Please get well. All right, so there we go. Bye, everyone. Thank you for being here, Mathra. I do appreciate it. Okay, so, great. Oh, that's right. Okay, we're gonna fix that. It'll be fine. So, now, what we need to do is we need to go through here. So we need to disable the movement if 148 is on. So, let's do that. Let's see here. The dice move. We do not want people moving dice, so let's make it so that that is off. If that is, if you're in there. The monster animation. We will also. Ooh, I don't think we need to actually turn off the monster animation. That should actually be totally fine to keep on. The drawing cards and attacking. That one definitely needs to be turned off if you are in the skill tree. Loading doesn't matter. Tomb Master doesn't really matter. Perk tooltips. Wait, it will matter actually. Perk tooltips though, this one we 100% want to turn off. We're going to set that to that. Menu items. We want to keep you on. But we are going to have a new page when you're in here. Yeah. Actually, I can literally just copy this page, and then when you're in here, for the menu items, paste that, and there we go. And then we can just add the button there. Should have thought of that before. Delete that. All right. There we go. Perfect. So menu items / skill tree. Yeah, that should be good. That should be good. Let's see. Room decor animations. I think we can leave that as is. Player damage. I'm trying to decide, do we disable opening the skill tree when you're in combat? I kind of want to say yes, but I also kind of want to say no. I almost feel like there could be some interesting things that happen if you're able to open up your skill tree while in combat, and you could, like, level up your HP or something like that while you're in combat. Maybe. We'll figure that out later. For now, the player damage, we'll just leave that as is. The monster card draws. None of this gets activated on its own, so we can just leave that as is. That should be good. Makes sense to skill between fights. Yeah. Because again, I'm trying to let people play the way they want to play. And I almost feel like you could get some interesting results if you could, like, level up your skills, your skill tree while you're in combat. There's also another part of me that's like, it doesn't really make sense to allow you to level up your skill tree while you're in combat. So, I don't know. It's also logical to not do it in combat. Yeah, that's where I'm kind of torn. I'm like, it would be fun, but I don't think it really makes sense to be able to do that. Yeah. Let's see, X Propaganda Play SX says, what engine is this? That is a great question. First of all, welcome. I see your first time chatter. This is called RPG Maker MV. It is a slightly older engine, so it was released back in 2015. There are definitely newer ones and probably better ones out there. But it is the engine that I know, and excuse me. And I don't know. It works out. It works out. It's fun. It's I enjoy it anyway. Yeah, I can make the things that I need to make, and yeah. So highly recommended though, especially if you were wanting to get into game dev stuff. I cannot recommend enough using RPG Maker, especially MV/MZ. So MZ is their, like, newer version of their RPG Maker series. It has a lot of improvements over the engine that I'm currently using. It also goes on sale a lot. So if you're interested in ever wanting to learn how to make games,
Thanks for the follow, Prop and Place.
Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate that. Yeah, if you're at all ever interested in making games, yeah, RPG Maker is an absolutely fantastic place to start because you do not need to know how to program at all. It is a visual scripting model. So basically, like, you know, if you were creating a game and you were like, oh, I want to have someone say a message, you could come in here and you just be like, show text and be like, hello, world. And there you go. You would now have an event on the screen that would then, if the player talked to them, they would say, hello, world. In general, it's meant for more of, like, top-down RPGs. You know, think, you know, old school Final Fantasies, Legend of Zeldas, things like that. But obviously, with, you know, enough imagination and craziness, you can, you know, well, create randomly generated dungeon crawlers. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. Anyway, yeah, so I would highly recommend it. It is a lot of fun. You can do a lot of really cool things with it, or you can, keep it keep it basic, meant to be top-down RPG kind of stuff going on. But the great thing about it is, again, there's no need to actually know any code. You can just jump in and start doing the visual coding, and you can make some fun games and learn some stuff along the way. Anyway, yes, that's what I got for you. Unicorn says, ever learned to kickbox mid beating? See, here's the way that I think about it. I don't know if you've ever seen the meme, and I'm sure that I won't be able to find it, but it's the meme about people eating, like playing Skyrim and eating cheese while they're fighting an enemy, where it's like they're about to die, and then they're just like, stop. Actually, I think it was Viva La Dirt League, if you've ever seen any of their videos, where they're about to die, and they're like, pause, time out. And then they like open up their bag and they just like start eating like wheels of cheese and like loaves of bread, and then they're all healed up and good to go again. It would almost be kind of like that. You're like mid-fight and you're just like, hold up, I gotta level up my skill tree. And then you get back into the fight. So, let's see. X Propaganda says, I got this game I'm working on already. It's a monster taming RPG. Oh, I do love me some monster taming. Thank you for the tips, though. But yeah, I've heard of RPG Maker, but let's see. I've heard of RPG Maker before. I had a few of them. I just didn't notice that it was RPG Maker. Yeah, it is a lot of fun, and yeah, I like it. But if you are working on another game and another engine, then RPG Maker is probably going to seem not the best for you, because you probably actually know how to do coding. So yeah, you are a step above me, because for me, I basically have to rely on the visual coding and then doing a bit of JavaScript here and there where I can. So, okay, so there's a handful of places. So we don't want you to be able to open up the skill screen. So there's two places that I don't want you opening up the skill screen. And that is when you're in combat and when you're trying to disarm traps. Yeah. But here's the real question. Let me come in here. So we're going to go to common events, spawning monsters. We're going to set you to be equal to 0 and 0. The reason why we're going to be 0 and 0 is because we're not going to want to be spawning enemies or items, because I want to test out one of the trap rooms. And I just want to see, if we come down here to variables, current room layout, current room monster, current room item 1, item 2. Crap. Just need to check for something really quick. Current room. Yes, you got current room layout, current room monster, current room item 1, current room item 2, and there's nothing else. Crap. Okay, so how are we... Oh, the room traps. All the way down here in variables 900-ish. Room decor, item slots. Yeah, so room decor. There we go, room traps. The room trap. Okay. So we are currently in room, let's see, 60, 59, 58, 57, probably. Room 57. Okay, so if we go 1 to the left, we should hit a trap room, which is currently equal to 1. Now, if we come over here, what happens? So we disarm it by doing the little puzzle. Okay. Now, if we open this up, okay, this is now 101. That's right. That's how I do it. So if you're equal to 1, you are a trap, and then we add 100 to the variable, which means you are a disarmed trap. That way, if you leave the room and come back, it still shows the spikes in the floor. Then that way you don't have to re-disarm it again. I'm not gonna lie. I know this is very off topic. I'm looking at these freaking these damage indicators again. I am actually very happy with how they turned out, which is so funny because I was so much on the fence of like, I was like, I don't know, they're fine, but I'm actually really happy with how it turned out. I'm glad that I listened to you all on some of the design choices. So thank you for that. Let's see. X Propaganda says, your game looks cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a work in progress for a while. It's we're going on almost a year now. Yeah. So thank you. I appreciate that. I'm working on a demo / prototype already using AI. I don't know if that's a taboo subject. Sorry if it is. I won't mention it again, but I think it's super cool. You are about 30-40 minutes late, so we actually had a whole chat about AI not that long ago, which is basically, I am totally fine with AI. I don't have any problems with it. The only time that I kind of will be like, come on, is if you use AI and you're not just upfront and honest about it. Like, because like, here's the thing. I've used AI for a handful of things in my game, whether it is you know, being like, hey, you know, Google, hey, ChatGPT, my JavaScript is not working. What the crap is wrong with it? And they'll be like, oh, you forgot a parenthesis right here. And I'm like, of course, thank you. So have absolutely no issues with that. The only times that I will say, and it's not necessarily that I have an issue with it, the only time that I would say that there is a problem with AI is when people use it as a crutch instead of a tool. It's kind of sad to me when I see people replacing the potential for them increasing their creativity when they're just like, whatever, I'll just throw it into ChatGPT and I'll just have it, you know, do it for me. Because like, here's the thing. If you don't really have any aspirations to like ever become, you know, an artist, a programmer, or something like that, and you're like, I just want to make this thing, I just want it to be fun, I just want it to exist, more power to you. 100%, like, you're not going to hear anything from me. But if you have aspirations to ever, you know, become better at art, become better at programming, become better at music creation, whatever it is you're using AI for, and if you are, instead of pushing yourself to learn and grow and be better, and you're just using it as, you know, a crutch instead of an actual tool, then it's kind of like, well, you're kind of cheating yourself a bit. But again, like, I would have absolutely nothing wrong with that. So, yeah, very cool, very cool. Let's see, Unicorn says, yes, I have seen them. They make great videos. Yeah, I do love me some Viva La Dirt League. X-Propaganda says, no, I don't know anything about coding. I'm a complete noob. Fair. And here's the thing. Everyone's got to start somewhere. And whether that is you're learning by watching tutorials, you're learning by creating, or nowadays you're learning by going to AI and being like, this is what I'm doing. This is what I want to be able to do. Help me learn. Then that's totally fine. Nothing wrong with that at all. You did good on damage indicators. Thank you. I appreciate that. Nah, trust the process of your own work, bro. Thank you. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I'll always be honest about it. See, there you go. And I feel like most people, so long as you're honest about it, aren't going to care. There are some people out there that it doesn't matter if you were completely honest about, like, you know, that you're using AI. You know, some people are just going to be like, nope, I hate it. And you're never going to convince them otherwise. And you know what? I'm like, fair. If that is your conviction and that's how you feel about it, totally understandable. I'm not going to try and convince you otherwise. Let's see. That might be me, though. I'm doing it as a hobby. I let AI do all the coding. Fair. Yeah, and so long as you understand it enough to, like, when you have issues, you can go back to it and be like, hey, there's a problem here. How do I fix it? What's going on here? And then, yeah, and that's totally fine, too. And it's made a fully fledged monster taming JRPG in 7 days. 156 monsters, different maps, 60 plus abilities, 60 plus equipment, and could equip and customize your monsters. It's cool. Playable in the browser. That is super awesome. Very well done. You guys seem super nice and cool. Well, we are happy to have you here. We are trying to create a fun, welcoming, environment, group. It is very late where I'm at, so my brain is like, what the freak is the word? Community. That's the word. Community. Yeah, definitely trying to create a community of you know, like-minded people. You know, I feel like most people so far in the community anyway are some type of creative person. You know, whether that's, you know, we've got a whole bunch of people who are developers, we've got a whole bunch of people that are artists, that are sound designers, anything and everything in between. I feel like basically someone has at least something that they do or that they are aspiring to do. And yeah, it's a lot of fun because we actually have, again, like, you don't have to, you absolutely do not have to, but we actually do have, we've got a Discord where we share each other's art. You know, like, I mean, we got ourselves Unknown Artist right here. So Unknown Artist is learning how to draw, and so, you know, showing kind of like what they're working on versus what they're basing it off of. Yeah, we got people, you know, doing paintings. Chili Jam's part of the community is making their own game. Yeah, and so, like, we got a really fun Discord where people can show off their art. We got a creative corner where people can post links to their games they're working on, stuff like that. So if you would like to, if you have any interest at all, would be a good time. If you would like. Again, I don't want to push it at all if you're not interested. But it is a lot of fun to be able to come in here and just kind of go back and forth with people, chat about the projects we've got, art we're working on, anything and everything in between. So you're more than welcome. Would absolutely love to have you here. But if not, if you're just passing through, totally understandable. Sounds like someone's joining, so welcome. Glad you're here. Okay, all right. Well, let's see if we can actually get this thing finished before my brain decides to take an absolute dump all over itself because of the hour at which it is. I had a mini stroke right there. Okay, so oh, that's right. That's what we were doing. So I was trying to figure out what it was. So when you do find a trap room, it then turns the variable from 1 to 101 to signify that there was a trap there, but it is now contained, disarmed. So, what are we going to do there? Saving throw.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Sup Moon Games Woodman.
Well, hello, Axel. Welcome back from your unicorn game. How'd it go? I don't know why I cannot think of what it's called. For some reason, my brain is saying Amazing Unicorns. It's not Amazing Unicorns.
Axel_Benedict wants Moonman to do 10 chest benders.
Well, I guess I better get off my butt and start doing stuff.
Axel_Benedict wants Moonman to do 10 bicep curls.
All right, we can do it. We can do it. And of course,
Axel_Benedict just redeemed Stretch.
Well, let's crank the jams and let's do some physical activity. Here we go. All right, count them with me. Count them with me. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Woo. And here we go. Count these with me as well. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. We played Unstable Unicorns.
Oh my goodness.
I won with 8 unicorns, because I stole a fat unicorn from someone trying to steal it with my fishing rod. Then we played
No! It's too long. There's too much. It's too much text, Axel. Let's see. Then we played Super Fight for about 2 hours, and Flamecraft, a game where you play as dragons building reputation in a city. Ooh. Sounds like a good time. Sounds like an absolute blast of a time. Well, I'm glad you have a good time, Axel. I'm glad that you're here. And let's do a quick stretch. Everybody ready? Here we go. And the other way. Oh. And backwards. Oh. I think that's going to get me through the finish line. Thank you, Axel. I appreciate that. Whew. Whew. Let's see. X Propaganda says, yeah, thanks. Maybe I can post my URL to the game I'm working on in the Discord if there's a section for that. There absolutely is. Yeah, feel free to post anything. Any stuff you're creating, whether it be, actual like links to games, any art you're working on, any and all projects. 100% welcome. Love to see them. Love to see them. All right. So, how am I currently showing the traps? How are we spawning the traps? So update minimap icons, show quests, explore new room, adding, okay, in mini boss room, showing monster, show regular monster, show mini boss, in mini boss room, regular monster, room floor dice. Okay. So spawn, room, trap, or chest. Gotcha. So if game variables dot value, bread. I don't know why I always do the salute for bread. It's bread. I mean it's
Bread.
Yeah, bread. Exactly. Let's see. Yeah, so basically you need to say if game variables.value 920 plus game variables 100 is greater than or equal to 1, then we're spawning the traps. So, copy that. And then when you come over here, so this is this one. The menu, yes, yeah. Then over here, we need to be setting up all the restrictions now. So first and foremost, we need to say script, if 920 plus 100 is greater than or equal to 1, and if you are less than or equal to 100. So I want you to be able to pull it up if you're in a trap room, but the trap has been disabled. So actually, that is the incorrect, because if you're between that, I don't want you to do anything. What we want to say is if you are less than 1, which would mean you'd have to be 0 or less, and if you are greater than 100. There we go. Yes, the first one is not in an active trap room. That's the first one we want. So then if we cut that and put that in there. Nope. That is not what we want. We need to have you be here. So if it's released, now we can just have you be there. There we go. Okay, that's what we want. That is what we want. Axel says, also, Moonman, thoughts on my latest song? Axel, I am going to be completely honest with you. I have not had a chance yesterday or today to listen to it. And it is, like, kind of driving me insane because Monday is usually when I listen to the song. And Monday was so ridiculously busy at work. I was like, all right, that's fine. Like, I got home and I was like, okay, I will have time tomorrow at work today, and I'll listen to it then. And then today was another absolutely busy day. Tomorrow, Axel, is the day I will be listening to it, and I will give you my honest opinions. But yeah, I have unfortunately not listened to it yet. But yeah, tomorrow, I'm going to be taking a listen. Okay, so as of right now, if I click here, nothing happens. Crap. Guess what? You have a chance right now. Oh. Actually, you've got a really good point. You've got a very good point, Axel. Let's come over here. We're going to go over here. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. The beauty. All right. Get that paused. Pull this up. All right, everybody. We've got The Beauty by Axel Benedict. Oh, yeah. Oh, Axel. You killed it this one. This is fantastic. Oh, gosh. Yep. This is going on the playlist. You should also check your DMs after stream. It'll be funny. I definitely... that is another one that I had mentioned that I'm way behind on is my DMs. And I am so sorry. What? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness. You know what that means, everybody? You know what this means?
We reached our followers goal of 360.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, everybody. Thank you for following. I do appreciate that. So thank you. But yes, Axel, I definitely will be taking a look. Let's see, lo-fi, good old lo-fi. I do love me some good lo-fi. If you like some good lo-fi, make sure to go check out Axel Benedict's channel over on YouTube. Absolutely fantastic stuff over there. Beautiful music. I usually switch off every other week for the music that we're playing. So, you know, obviously tonight we've been listening to like the electronic, like synthy stuff. But then on the other weeks we listen to lo-fi, and Axel's got a lot of music in that playlist that we listen to. So, Wait, what? 360? You're catching up to me. I know, it's crazy. Crazy. Slowly but surely. Let's see, but yeah, so Pori, welcome. Glad you're here. How is your evening or morning or day going for you, wherever you are in this world? I also changed my music logo. It's very subtle, I know. Very, very subtle. Would not have noticed. I do like it though. That is really fun. I do like that. Let's see. It is crazy though. I never thought that we'd get up to 360 followers on Twitch. Especially year one. Crazy. That is madness to me. Nick says, it's giving, hey guys, welcome to my vlog. Kind of is, isn't it? That's why I love it. That's why I love the music. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Thank you, Axel. Yeah, that is beautiful. I can almost guarantee you that is going to be another one that I listen to quite a bit, even tomorrow. So, let's see, are you okay if I say Pori, or would you prefer Porilemsi, if I'm pronouncing that correctly? I'm from Poland, so, hey, we've got a couple other people from Poland. I'm from Poland, so it's early still, but day is going good. Hope yours is going well. I appreciate that. Yeah, it is 12:01, so 1 minute past midnight for me, so it's a little late. But yeah, hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic day. Funny enough, actually, my great grandma is from Poland, so technically I'm only a few generations removed from was it Poland? No, I don't remember. I think it was Poland. Yeah, good times. Axel says, I will say,
Axel _ Benedict cheered 5 bits.
Oh wait.
That was supposed to be a cheer sag.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But that's okay. I'll read it for you. I will say, after the end of this year, I will stop dropping weekly songs. It's very stressful to have to spend all that time to make songs that fast. I haven't been streaming recently, not writing my book. That is fair. And here's the thing. What the? Okay. I thought someone just like Venmo'd me. I just got a Venmo notification. I was like, who's Venmoing me at midnight? I mean, now that I'm kind of sad that I didn't get a Venmo at midnight. Yeah, that is totally understandable. And here's the thing. If it's something that, like, you shouldn't ever feel like you have to keep creating something. Like, you know, obviously setting goals, sticking to those goals is absolutely fantastic. And you've absolutely killed it this year. Like, you've done so well at uploading. And honestly, like, all the songs you've uploaded have been absolutely fantastic too, which is crazy. Yeah, like, if it's something that is stressing you out and just making you not enjoy it as much as you should be, because here's the thing, like, if you're being creative, you should be enjoying it. So if you're not enjoying it, then something's wrong. So, yeah. So completely understandable if next year you're gonna kind of drop the every week thing. Just make sure you do keep creating them. Jesse says, Venmo at Midnight sounds like a short horror story title from like a modern Tales of the Midnight Hour kind of book. Venmo at Midnight. Now I kind of want to see some kind of just horribly made, just cheap horror story
Welcome Yato and your 2 amazing audience members.
Yato, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here, glad you're here. How'd your stream go? Hopefully it went well for you. We're just kind of hanging out, having a good time. Finishing up before the end of the my own stream. We're getting close. We're getting close to the end. But yeah, I do appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Axel says, my New Year's resolution was to drop weekly songs to get them better, and I clearly have. It's not even the end of the year, and I've dropped 53 songs. My video game saga was super easy, so it'll be either twice a month or maybe just whenever I finish one. That's fair. That's fair, Axel. Yeah, no, you definitely did keep up very well with the weekly uploads this year. So yeah, I am super proud of you and being able to like keep up with that, because it is a lot of work. It is a ton of work. I'll see. Yato says the stream is good. Wrote up a few more quests and added a few NPCs. I love it. I love it. Always love to see some progress. I wish that I was also making progress. I keep running into issues, and it's very sad. Very sad. But why? Why are we running into these issues? If I take that out of that conditional branch, I'm assuming we're going to be able to open it up just fine. Yeah, okay, we are. So what am I doing wrong here? So it should be, if variable 920 plus 100 is less than 1, yeah, you'd be either 0, okay, so as long as you're less than 1, and as long as that is greater than 100. Yeah, that should be right. Huh. Like, unless I have it backwards. No, because that's still not working. Okay. Because 920, that would be, yeah, so the start of the room traps. And then plus whatever room the player is in. So it would be room trap number, so it'd be 920 plus 1, plus 2, plus 3, plus 4, whatever room the player's in. So it'd be variable 921, 22, 23, 24, so on and so forth. As long as that variable is less than 1, which it would be if you're in a room without a trap, and it's or. It's not and, it's or. Oh, JavaScript. JavaScript. Thou art a heartless bitch. How dare you, JavaScript? Embarrass me in front of my friends like that. The worst. Absolute worst. Okay, so now if we go find a trap room, and if I try to click it, nothing happens. But then if we sit here and we wait for the trap to spring, oh no, we can't disable it in time. Oh no. We got stabbed. But now I can be like this. Whoop. Yeah. Okay, cool. Whoops. I forgot. We can't close out of that menu yet. Good times. Let's see here. Axel says, I don't want to stop the weekly uploads, but I also had to sacrifice a lot of my spare time. Almost 10 to 12 hours a day went into my music, and I'm not even getting paid for it either yet. True. I mean, you are getting close though. You're getting closer, and yeah, it is a lot of work. That is a lot of work. So I'm gonna keep streaming in 2026, right? Like that's not changing. But I do wonder if I need to like change a few things about my life, because doing this on top of my full-time job is a lot of work. Because it's like I work 40 hours, full-time job, and then I've got my wife and daughter that like I want to spend time with as well, and then it's like 12 hours of streaming per week too. A lot. There's a lot. But it is worth it. I do really enjoy it. Which is why I'm kind of like, okay, I just need to figure something out so that it, like, I'm able to keep going in 2026. Let's see. Unicorn says, what's your main job, if I may ask? Absolutely, you may ask. So I work as an IT manager. So yeah, I'm an IT manager. I'm the nerdy computer guy where I work. So it's a smaller company. So I'm literally everything IT. They call me the IT manager, but I literally anything and everything IT is what I'm in charge of. So it is, one day I'll be fixing someone's printer and activating an Ethernet port, and then the next day I'm I don't know, trying to figure out contracts for our Google services and things like that. So let's see. I'm guessing Synapse, with the 4 being an A, maybe. First of all, first time chatter, welcome, glad you're here. Did you work at Blizzard? I did more than work at Blizzard. I founded Blizzard. I founded Blizzard years ago, and then I left for this life. No, I did not work at Blizzard. I did not. And if I did, I would have been more than just a QA dev. But I do appreciate the question. Thank you for that. We all love ourselves a good lol cow. We all do. Anyway, let's see. What did I do? Oh my gosh. I thought I had broken the puzzle. Where was I again? Oh, that's right. So we've made it now so you cannot open the skill tree when you're in the trap rooms. Now we need to make it so you cannot, so when you do open it, you can actually leave. Because that's important. Because once we're in here, we can't actually leave. So let's see if we can get that working. Anyway, yeah, Synapse, if that is your real name. How you doing? Hopefully you're having an absolutely fantastic day so far. Nick says, shocker, the game dev works in IT. Of course. I know. It's one of these days I feel like I should just like mix it up a little bit and just be like, if someone's like, what do you do for work? I'll be like, oh, I'm a UFC fighter.
Can you tell? Oh my gosh. Cannot you tell? I am God. That is what I do. I just do things. I keep the universe running.
It's a lot of work. But, I do what I can, and then on my off days, I like to settle down and just kind of take things a little bit easier, as you can tell by the sound of my voice. And, yeah, it works out pretty great.
Let's see. Ex-Propaganda says, what? He worked with me at Tundra. Exactly. Yeah, I totally understand that. I'll definitely try to keep up with the weekly uploads, but no promises. Yeah, totally no pressure at all there. Nani. Oh man. Okay, I don't know if everyone else has like seen it, but it cracks me up. Actually, oh. Thank you for inverting my camera. I appreciate that. It cracked me up. So normally, here's the thing. If you are starting off as a content creator, don't let any negative comments get to you. Okay, I'm just gonna say that right here, right now. If you are ever creating anything and you're putting it out in the world, and people leave negative comments, do not let it get to you. What? It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Cheered 5 bits. Brothers Blue.
It's true. I was. That said. Actually, oh my gosh. Okay, all right, yeah. So I had a guy comment on a couple of my shorts recently.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Da-ba-da-da-ba die.
Thank you. Da-ba-da-da-da-bye. That's a fun tongue twister. Oof. Yeah, so I had someone come through, leave some negative comments. But, and I will say, if they'd left those comments maybe 6, maybe 7 months ago, it probably would have actually eaten me up inside a lot, and it would not have been good. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because he was comparing me to Pirate Software, but was like, this is Pirate Software if we had Pirate Software at home. And I'm like, okay. Anyway, so obviously meant as a little jab, but I'm like, I mean, you're the one comparing me to pirate software, so, you know, hopefully in the good ways and not necessarily the bad ways. Anyway, all this to say, if people have negative things to say, just don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. Not worth it. Not worth dwelling on. And yeah, you'll be much happier if you're just kind of like, cool. You do you, buddy. And yeah. Yetta says, at least it wasn't Temu pirate software. That one I would be a little bit more offended by. If I was compared to a Temu pirate software, oof, that one would cut deep. Cut real deep, Shrek. But nope. I was the pirate software at home. And my response was, at least this pirate software won't go bad like month-old milk. It was a little bit more eloquent than that, but that was the best I could remember. I don't remember what I said. Something like that. Something like that. Okay, let's make it so we can actually close this menu. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Okay. And yes, those sounds are necessary. It helps me focus. Pictures. We've got the skill tree static. Come over here. Let's get this put in here. Yeah, so here's the skill tree. Until we can think of something better, I'm just gonna be very generic and boring, and we're gonna do a little bit of this. We're just gonna grab, here. We're just gonna grab this. No. Let's just. That side should be good. All right, let's duplicate that, and we're gonna flip that this way. Good enough. Duplicate. Flip it. All right. What size is that? That is not big enough. Gotta make it slightly larger. 4. That should be fine. I want to make it large enough to where like it's easy to click on, but not so large that it feels out of place. Oh my goodness!
Welcome Zedashore and your 43 amazing audience members.
Zedashore, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome everyone. Glad you're here. How'd your stream go for you? Hopefully it went well. Yeah, welcome. We are just working on a skill tree menu, trying to get us to the point where we will.
Thanks for the follow, Simman23.
Thank you for that follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, trying to get to the point where we're able to open up the skill tree and close the skill tree, which I know doesn't sound very involved, but trust me, it kind of is a little bit. But yeah, well, welcome. I'm glad that you're here. And yeah, hopefully it was a good stream for you. Anything you want to share, anything fun or exciting? Zedashore says, hey man, how's the game going? It is going fantastic, actually. Yeah, making a lot of really good progress. I can get that pulled up real quick. So yeah, so as of right now, the current thing that we're working on in the game is getting a skill tree. Because I felt like just having a regular level upgrade where you can level up your vitality and your dexterity and your luck was just not enough. It wasn't enough, and I needed to stretch out this development process even more. So anyway, so this is what we've got right now. So we are currently working on getting the skill tree all finished up and good to go. For the most part, it should be basically good to go. So all of these can now be acquired. They all have their requirements and things like that.
Thanks for the follow, Deathwish_.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that, Deathwish_. Sorry, the text-to-speech said it a little funny, so I just wanted to make sure that I got it right. Anyway, so working on this skill tree. So it's all working. Now we're just kind of like trying to bridge the gap between it being there and then the rest of the game being over here. So as of right now, we've gotten it to the point where if we come over here, excuse me, we can come over here, we'll pick our perk cards, and then we enter the tomb here. We're getting to the point where the skill tree is now showing up right here. We also, actually tonight has basically been redesigning this whole player area right here. It used to look very different, and now it's looking like this, which I'm very happy with the way that it looks and the way that it turned out. But yeah, so we can now open up the skill tree, and it shows, which is absolutely fantastic. The thing that's not working right now is we now cannot close the skill tree. There's no way to actually close it. So that is what we're currently working on before the end of the stream. But yeah, it's coming along though. Let's see, nothing really. I was working on a little tool to compress my videos better. Hey, that's not nothing. Good video compression is hard to find. And so if you can make a tool to make it better, all the more power to you. Yeah. I love it though. I love it. But yeah, so I'm glad that everybody's here. Welcome. I'm not gonna go through the whole spiel unless everybody wants me to. But yeah, so basically, just really quickly, I'm working on a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG. Basic, you know, roguelike stuff. You know, you're going into a randomly generated dungeon. Yeah, kind of the way that it works is you'll have these perk cards that will be randomly selected every time, kind of mix up your run a bit. You know, doing things like increasing some damage, but like reducing others and you know, all that fun stuff. So hopefully it kind of gets your run working a little bit better, a little bit different. And yeah, you're just exploring this tomb, and you are using blackjack as the combat system. And I feel like it's kind of the highlights. So if it seems or looks like something you'd be interested in one day playing, it can be wishlisted over on Steam. Yeah, and I will just do a little bit of this wishlist. Nope. Yep, that's the one. That's the one. So if you would like to wishlist it over on Steam, I would be forever grateful. If not, totally understandable. I'm hoping to have a playable demo out in the next month-ish. That is the goal, is to have it out before the end of the year. Because once we hit December 18th, that is like my 1 year that I've been working on this project, that I've been streaming, all that fun stuff. So I'm hoping to have the playable demo out before then. Yeah. So anyway, so if it seems like something you'd be interested in, you know, streaming the whole game dev process of it. If not, that's totally understandable. No worries at all. But I do appreciate you being here, and I do appreciate the raid, Zed. If you gotta run, totally understandable. I know that after a stream, it can be, you know, you got stuff you gotta take care of. You gotta get some water. You gotta go to the bathroom. I got some stuff to take care of. So yeah, if you got a raid and run, totally understandable. No worries at all. But I do appreciate the raid very much. So I do appreciate that. Nice, man. You made great progress on it so far. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been a lot of work. There has been a lot we've been up to. I feel like I keep adding more and more systems, which I need to stop. I need to stop doing that. I thought I was content locked like 4 months ago, and I was like, all right, we're good to go. We're done. We're done. Enough. And then I was like, but what if? What if there was a town? And so I added a whole freaking town, and that was not smart, because now there's a whole town where I've got to be creating NPCs and shops and stuff like that. And yeah, and you know, then I was like, okay, town, that's good. We're gonna do the town. That should be all. That should be good. That should be it. And then I was like, what if there were perk cards that you could get where every time you went into a new floor of the dungeon, you'd pick a perk card that had a different buff and debuff to kind of mix up your run a little bit. And I was like, all right, after that, that's it. We're done. No more after that. We're done. We're done. And then I was working on the level up screen, and I was like, this is really boring. What if we had a whole freaking skill tree? So, yeah, I gotta stop doing this to myself. Anyway, I do appreciate that though. So thank you. You can still have me make music for it. That's true. I will need music for the game eventually, one of these days, once I get to that point in the development process. But yeah, would absolutely love it. All right, let's finish up this this close button right here, and then we should be able to call it a night. Oh, let's see. Let's fill that in. There we go. Okay, yeah. This over here. Let's go with 4 pixels. Gonna go with a very, very generic looking basic close button. Nothing too crazy. Very generic. We'll get the job done. Let's see, the inside is 64, so 32. Oh. 1, 2, 3. There we go. I don't know, I'm going all the way over there for the color palette. I have it over here. Should be fine. Oh, wait. And I gotta finish this up, huh? There we go. Like, that is not quite right. Okay, so we go with the darker here. Right? Yes. think. Yes. I'm trying to think of like how the light would catch this thing. So you would go there, and then you would go there. Yeah. Something like that. Close enough. Again, this is going to be like a very basic, very quick, so I'll probably change this button eventually. But for now, it gets the job done. Cool. Now we've got an X button. So now we need to come over here. And then in the tomb, right here. This is where you're actually in here. Get all the buttons. And on the else handler here. This guy, so on the else, that there, it's going to be the exit button. It's going to be if you are here to here, 1184, 28, 1184, and 28. Let's see, Hasheroroll says, what if there is PvP system? It's great. It's a great point. I should probably look into that. I'm not gonna lie. If I could make PvP, I would absolutely make PvP. I don't know how to make PvP though, so I will not PvP. But I do like where you're going though. But I also recognize it's a joke. But I do think it would be a lot of fun, actually, to do PvP in here. But RPG Maker does not do well with PvP, unfortunately. 1248, 92. 1248, and 92. Okay, so as long as you click in there, that is the exit button. We don't need to show this picture at all. Let's see. We don't need to show those pictures. We just need to say, let's get rid of all that. So if you're released in that area here, what do we need to do? We need to erase image layer 102 and 103 and 101, 101, 101, 102, and 103. Easy enough. 101, 102, 103. And let's also control switches turn off. Skill tree seed. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Well. Oh no. Oh no. No. What has happened to me? What has happened? I am the voice of God and I'm on helium. I don't think that works out as well as it should.
I thought the cues were working for that so they wouldn't overlap. But oh well. It happens. David, welcome. Glad you're here. How's your evening / day going? That really should last a little longer. Yeah, I think I need to increase it. At first I thought it was gonna be annoying to have on, for the viewers. And so I was like, we'll do like a short amount. But I actually think it'd be a little bit more fun if it was a little bit longer. So maybe we'll do like 30 seconds or something. I feel like that makes the most sense. Now, moment of truth. Let's see what happens. If I open this, okay, there we go. Got all this stuff going on. And if I click this, if I click this, nothing happens. I do whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, then I click this. Oh, I have 0 skill points. That's why. I was like, oh no, I can't level up my skill. That's because I have 0 skill points. I've got no skill. It's a skill issue. Player skill points. Let's just give myself, like, I don't know, 10 of them. Got 10 skill points now. So I can be like, bloop, 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 bloop. Then if I close, and then I open. Oh my gosh. Okay, I know this is ridiculous. I know that it shouldn't be that crazy of a thing. But, like, oh my gosh. RPG Maker does not make it easy to do stuff like this, okay? I'm just gonna say that now. It does not make it easy to do stuff like this, and I am just very happy that it's actually working. I'm very happy that it's working the way that it is. So don't come at me. I'm very happy with it, okay? I'm just saying. Okay, one thing though that I'm now realizing we need to actually have disappear. Let's come over here to the name player. We're gonna say if game variable, or if game switches, 48 is equal to false. Copy that. So we hide everything else. So floor this. Let's add some parentheses to the conditional branch. So if you are equal to false, refresh. There we go. There we go.
Axel_Benedict Jade 5 bits. Congratulations for the good. Completion is you.
Thank you, Axel. I appreciate that. I know that it's not really going to seem like that crazy of a thing. Because from the outside looking in, it is really not that crazy of a thing. I click a button and it shows a menu, and then I close it and the menu goes away. But the fact that I'm showing this menu above everything else without having anything else disappear, and I can't move around, I can't do anything underneath, and then I'm able to, I just, having it be my own custom-made menu that I made with JavaScript and eventing, it's a lot, okay? I'm just saying. But it does feel good. It does feel really good. Oh my gosh. Close. Woo. Woo. Now, the only other thing that I'm kind of thinking I might want to add, just you know, kicks and giggles and all that fun stuff. 64. Let's copy that. New. Create. Actually, we don't need that. What we need to do is save this now to images, pictures. We're just going to call this one skill tree. All right. I know somewhere in here. There we go. Skill tree underscore. Close highlight. That's what we call it. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to say over in the tomb, right here, when you're hovering over the close button, we're going to say we want you to show picture 104. No, we can just do 102. 102. We're going to say skill tree underscore close highlight. We're going to show you at crap. All right, show you at 12, 16, and 60. 12, 16, and 60. All right, we're going to show you at like 150 and 1. Go. Okay, so with that, it should now add a little bit of pizzazz. And you'll see what I mean. Woo, look at that. It highlights the button. Woo, a little bit too much highlight, but it highlights the button. Cool. Yeah, let's turn down, let's turn that down just a little bit. That's a little bit too much highlight, if you know what I mean. Do you have a little bit too much highlight? Call now. Our lawyers are on standby. Help you with your highlight. There we go. That feels a lot better. A lot more natural. Sweet, there we go. Again, this button is way too big, and I don't think I want to hear it in the top corner. Yeah. We'll figure it out. But for now, you can at least close the menu and be like, bloop, and we're done. And you can be like, skill tree and stuff and things, and yeah. Happy day. Okay, cool. Well, I think the only thing I'm going to do really quickly, I'm going to set this back to -3, +3. And then over here in the card draws, I'm going to change you to not be, let's see, you're 5 through 5. You need to be 1 through 13, and you need to be 1 through 13. You need to be 1 through 13. 1 through 13. And you need to be 1 through 13. I was very tired of always drawing freaking 10s. 10s were the worst. Okay, now we walk around. We should be able to find monsters again. Here we go. There's a monster. And I should be able to draw. We're getting other things other than 10. Oh, that's good. That feels good. That feels very good. Fantastic. He does have very little health, so, you know, there's that. Oh. Oh. Okay, this is going well. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, good day. Good days, good times, good things indeed. All right, everybody. Well, I think we're probably going to call it there because it is very late. I need my beauty rest. I think that an ad roll just started playing. I am so sorry, everybody. But yeah, I think that's probably going to be the end of it. So yeah, I'm going to go get some sleep. But everyone over on Twitch, we're going to go do a raid really quick. So stick around for that. But if you're over on YouTube, I appreciate you being here. Jesse, thank you so much for being here, for chatting, for hanging out. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else is still over there on YouTube, but if you are, I appreciate you being here. And yeah, hope you all have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evenings. I will see you all on the Thursday stream, last stream of the week. And yeah, we're going to get some more stuff done. Should be a good time. And yeah, should be a good time. So again, if you're over here on Twitch, make sure to stick around for the raid.
Benedict cheered 8 bits.
8 bits.
Good night.
Oh my goodness.
Have my last 8 bits tonight.
The last 8 bits. Thank you. I appreciate that, Axel. All right, everyone over on YouTube. Hope you have an absolutely fantastic evening. I'll see you all on the Thursday stream. And until then, goodbye. Yeah. Goodbye.